It's Friday, February 6th, February 7th, 2025. You're watching Co-op for Two, and tonight we're going to play something. You will decide. Let me check in with the chat, see how everyone is doing. We've got a small turnout tonight. Lauren Budabelli is in the channel. Melissa is in the channel. Melissa sent me two of the games on the table here. I've just picked out an assortment of games for you to choose from. When everyone's ready, we'll look through these and decide what to play. But before we get started, let's just talk a little bit about bookkeeping. 2 days ago, I did another episode of my Tabletop Mystery Game News. If you're curious about the latest games hitting Kickstarter or being released, you might check that out. That's one of those, the live playthroughs are always fun. Doing the news is not, I wouldn't call it really fun. So if you get something out of that video, make a comment or something. Let me know that I should keep doing it. Otherwise, I'm likely to let it drift off. And then I've scheduled for tomorrow a playthrough of Masters of Crime Shadows. It's been a while since we played Masters of Crime. We really liked it. And I've scheduled that for Saturday afternoon at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. And then on Sunday, our normal slot for our play-by-mail game, 1 p.m. on Sunday, I will do a Q&A channel update, which I try to do once every 3 or 4 months. Whether I want to or not, and the time has come. I do hope you can join me for that. And if you have questions, you can ask them live. If you're not going to be there, you can send me your questions ahead of time. And then that will wrap us up for the special Sunday intermissions, interjections, interference. And then so next Sunday, we'll be back to playing our play-by-mail games. I think we'll start with a month playing Dear Homes, and then Anna, a viewer on the channel, has a custom-made play-by-mail game she's going to run for us. So let's talk about what we're going to play tonight. I'd like to hear what you guys are up to. So please do feel free to type in the channel what projects you're working on, what you've got going on in your life. So I've just got a bunch of random assortment of games. You remember the sort of way we approach these unscheduled last-minute streams. I try not to play the things that I know people are really curious to try for the first time. So most of what we have on the table are series that we've played before or ones that there are more of. So let's take a look. And I try not to get anything out that will take us more than one session because we've got something to do tomorrow. All right, so what have we got in front of us? We've got a small card-based game series called Undo. We've played a couple of them. I find them amusing, interesting. Someone just asked me a question about it because it came up. I mentioned Undo when we were looking at our tabletop mystery game news, that new games coming out. There was a time travel one, and there's Undo. Not super deductive, but short and fun. I find these fun. All right, then in the more serious side, we've got Ghosts of Brandonsbury. This is the second English translation of a cold case game that we played before Missing in the Caribbean. Liked it quite a bit. Used some use of the internet, a more involved, serious cold case game. Then we've got a cold case game that's got really marketed aggressively. I shouldn't use that term, marketed. I shouldn't use that aggressive term. I usually, when I use that, it's my little way of getting a dig at something that I don't like. But I haven't noticed that they haven't done anything negative to me. It's just surprisingly, most of these games are very hard for companies to get any coverage of, but I saw lots of coverage, lots of people looking at this, maybe because it was on Amazon cheap. This says 40 pieces of evidence. It's got multimedia. It's got videos to watch. I'm curious about it. No idea whether it's good or not. It does say ages 17 and up, so a little bit adult, plus video and everything. So I don't know why we haven't played this yet, but there's that. New company and no sign that they're making any more games, just a one-off. It's got a little, reminding me a little bit of, there was a couple movies where people break in the house, but I'm trying to remember what movie I can't, I'll spoil it. I won't say anything. Okay. Then we've got Escape the Crate game. Looks like it's Jack the Ripper themed. And Escape the Box. Is that right? Is that what this series is called? Oh, the Conundrum Box is this series. Okay. So we played a couple of Conundrum Box games and Escape the Crate games. They both tend to be quite involved. Mostly puzzle games, but with a story behind them. Then we've got a Deadbolt Mystery Society game. I think this one was outside of subscription. Is that right, Melissa? But Sherlock Holmes themed Deadbolt Mystery Society box. That's exciting as it is. Maybe on the easy side, says Melissa, I think. Then we've got our Cold Case series by Think Fun. This is the only one left we have to play. These are sort of the dirt cheap Cold Case games, but the last two we played I really liked. And then similarly, another Cold Case game by a series called Cold Case Crackers, a little indie company that's made 4 or 5 games. Not bad. I think we played one which was a train murder. It sort of feels a little homemade, but not bad. And then I've got out this little one that's been sitting on this shelf for a while. This is a Scarlet Envelope puzzle game. They sell a whole bunch of these in envelopes. I forget why I ended up with this one. But there's that. And then this company has produced a bunch of these games recently. I'm a little skeptical of them, but there was one, Murder at the Eiffel Tower, Murder of an Influencer, and now Murder at the White House, I think, is the brand new one. All right, so we're going to vote on, oh, I didn't talk about this, Medieval Mishap. This is a puzzle game, but beautiful components. I think it's a medium difficulty, and I just kickstarted their latest one. I forget what it's called. Maybe a Roman. This is history-heavy games, history mysteries or something. Anyway, okay, so that's what you have in front of you. Now, ground rules. If there's anyone in the chat who's played one of these, who wants to join for the playthrough, then you can veto anything you've already played. But before we decide, let's take a look at... Nelson says, I played Pinch of Murder. It was great, but on the easy side. I believe Murder at the White House, MMC, is that why are you calling MMC as a spiritual continuation of FBI? I think, I'm not sure, MMC, oh, Murder Mystery Cases. Okay, it makes sense. They look a little bit like the Death of an Artist and Death at the Circus or something. All right, so Nelson has played a couple of these. Nelson says, Who Killed Mia is 3 chapters, though, a little long. Melissa said, I've played the Mia game. It was pretty good. Melissa says, Sherlock was November game. It was good, not too hard. Okay, so Sherlock is in the subscription service. So if anyone has played one of these and wants to join us, if you don't plan on joining us for the whole thing, then it doesn't matter. But if you have played one of these and you plan to join me for all or most of the playthrough, then you can veto something. So it sounds like if we go by that, we won't be playing Pinch of Murder, assuming Nelson wants to join us for this. And if Melissa wants to join us, we won't be playing the Sherlock Conundrum. But you guys need to say whether you want to join, in which case I'll get rid of these. Otherwise, or just don't, vote, make clear that you can't play one of these, you can't play. All right, let's bring up the vote. Is there anything else we want to, I guess we could just bring up the vote while we talk about these. So, but there's stuff missing. I don't have a good view of the entire thing with the voting. I figure out a way. I guess you can see most stuff. All right, Melissa says, I won't be here long, so don't let me affect anyone's fun. All right, so Sherlock Conundrum is back on the table. A little bit of your decision here depends on how much time we want to play tonight. And we do have another game to play tomorrow afternoon, so I want to keep it into one session, but other than that, we know this is short, this is likely to be long, sounds like this is long. These can be long, short normally, middle, mid-ground, and I have no idea. So Nelson says, I wanted to try Ghosts of Brandonsbury. I like the other two. Now there's only one more in English. So Nelson, you must speak another language that these are in. Are they all in Spanish or are they something else? I can't remember. Or you have to type vote and then what you want to vote for. All right. Alexander Mahoney votes for Escape the Ripper. Nelson says the other profiler he played was French. If you know German and French, There are a lot of mystery games you can play that we don't have access to, that those of us who don't speak those can't play. So far, we have 1 vote for Escape the Ripper, 1 vote for Ghosts of Brandonsbury. Any other votes? Anyone else? What would I vote for? If I was voting, what would I vote for? 2 votes for Ghosts of Brandonsbury. I mean, I'm a little curious about Murder at the White House. And I'm curious about the Sherlock Holmes Deadbolt, but we just played a Deadbolt Mystery Society. Maybe people are getting a little bored of that. Let's see. I really need to come up with a better screen for voting where you can see everything on the table. And I could start getting rid of stuff that it's clear we don't seem to have an interest in. All right. No one wants to play the puzzle game or the 2 simpler cold case games or the envelope game. It seems like people want to play a full-fledged game tonight. So the small one goes away. Who Killed Mia? Doesn't seem like we've got people who played it. No one has mentioned the Great Explorer Society. So we've got Escape the Ripper, Sherlock, Murder at the White House, and Ghosts of Brandonsbury. And I'm the one who voted for this, I guess. Nelson says, by the way, Jesse, perfect day for us in Europe. Friday, Saturday afternoon sessions, party weekend for us. Well, if no one else wants to vote, I guess we're going to play Ghosts of Brandonsbury, but you still got time. So these are more puzzle and these are cold case. So depends, what are you, both of these will have some narrative though. So are you more in the mood of a puzzle game or a cold case game? Let me read the back of these. This one says 2 hours, 37 pieces of evidence, includes online evidence. This says 2 hours, difficulty medium. The tragic, infamous Gothic Tales Hotel in Brandonsbury, Yorkshire, is the setting for a brand new mystery. Travel to England to investigate the deaths of Lydia and Robin Reed. All right. Well, there's 2 votes for the Ghosts of Brandonsbury, and that's what we're going to be playing. All right, the Ghosts of Brandonsbury. So I'm trying to remember, Missing in the Caribbean, the other English game that this company made, was quite high quality. It's in this overproduced box. I am not a fan of boxes that are different. I mean, I like this a lot better than a little envelope, but it seems like if you're going to go to all this trouble, you might as well put it in a proper game box. But okay. Victim Lydia and Robin Reed. Location Brandonsbury. All right, let's see if we can't get our cameras set up properly so we can see these at good quality. All right, I'm just going to take everything out. We don't need this thing that would survive a nuclear bomb. Just get our items here. So we've got envelopes, 1946, 1976, and this is going to be like this police. Wow, this is pretty neat. Gothic Tales Hotel, Brandonsbury Police, Yorkshire, 1976, Ouija board, 1946. Okay, those are locked envelopes. Then we've got some brochures and an introduction. Okay, let's start here. It's giving me a little bit of a vibe with that 1976 of, what's the movie that I love? British movie, 3 parts. Each one is set in a different year in England, dealing with murders, and Paddy Considine is in the second one, who I love, and love him in this. What is that series called? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? It's really a great series. The Red Riding Trilogy. The Red Riding Trilogy. And then they're separated by years. Each one has a year. All right. So if you haven't watched that, it's pretty gritty and dark. Let's see. Piggy, it must be have fun all these play games. Do you sometimes have the itch to play something off stream, or these games reserved for the broadcast? Okay, let me let you in on a little dirty secret of people who do YouTube. Once you start a channel, your brain gets corrupted. And playing something while you're not recording it is like you have a little monkey on your back hitting you with a stick, telling you, why isn't the camera on? It's not the most healthy thing. And my friends do not like that I have that. I occasionally will play a game without the camera on, but it feels weird. All right, let's read what we've got here. The Profiler. You're about to investigate the case of the Ghosts of Brandonsbury. You will need to refer to physical documents and an online interface at 55investigations.com. It'll tell us you can try to unlock an envelope at any time. Now I'm remembering some of the unique gimmicks of this series. Okay, so if we go to this website, we'll see additional resources, a blog, tourism office, and some things that are locked. And then the envelopes are locked. Locked envelope. All right, so when we think we can open them, we go to the website. The physical documents include 55 investigations, a letter of investigations, an article, autopsy, various things, and 4 locked envelopes. If any are missing, we can go online to get them. All right, here is our letter of engagement. Location is Brandonsbury, UK. Lydia and Robin Reed. Letter of engagement. Agent Capricorn. Located in the village of Brandonsbury, Yorkshire, UK, the Gothic Tales Hotel has been delighting lovers of ghost stories for nearly 50 years. It's said that the former butler and housekeeper who looked after the manor in the 40s still haunt its walls after dying in one of the rooms. Yesterday, December 10th, 2022, Lydia and Robin Reed, a couple staying at the hotel, were found dead in the very same room. The media has leapt onto the case and unearthed all kinds of stories from the past. Brandonsbury police are caught up in a media storm. That's why they've reached out and asked for our support to bring this case to a conclusion. Get started by reading the Daily Yorkshire article. Good luck, agent. To solve this case, you'll need to click on Solve the Case button on the website. Answer these 4 questions. What happened on the night of March 28th, 1946? What happened on the night of April 22nd, 1976? And what caused the deaths of Lydia and Robin Reed? Lastly, who is responsible for the deaths of Lydia and Robin Reed? What caused the death and who is responsible? And then we have to solve some older cases. All right, so we're going to save the website for a little bit. It says to start with the newspaper, so that's where we'll start. The Daily Yorkshire, Sunday, 11th December 2022. That's when this couple died. Horrific scenes at Brandonsbury, double homicide. Londoners Lydia and Robin Reed were found dead in their room at the Gothic Tales Hotel, the infamous hotel in the small village of Brandonsbury. In a macabre sequence of events, the victims were hung, then laid out on their bed with the ropes still around their neck. Have the ghosts of Brandonsbury returned? This dark chapter of the manor's history seems to have begun in 1946. There's the Gothic Tales Hotel. Pretty fancy looking hotel here. Our journalist, Charlotte McMorgan, investigated the hotel, focusing on the 1946 incident. If you know any interesting sources, please contact her through our Daily Yorkshire Connect platform. Reaction from the Conservative Party. It's gone too far. We must do something about these ghosts. Okay. Well, a single-sided newspaper. That's a little odd. All right. That's where it told us to start. Maybe we should open up the website to at least see what we're up against here. Okay. 55 investigations. Here's the website. So, Missing in the Caribbean, Tragedy in Mykonos, The Murder of Maestro, and The Ghosts of Brandonsbury. Okay, learn how to use the website. I guess we're going to watch this. Let me just get out my... I think we'll probably remember this, but I guess it couldn't hurt to listen to it. Okay, so you click the Unlock Envelope tab to try opening an envelope. Additional resources to see all your digital resources available, and that will get added to. If you need help, you can click on that. And then solve case when you're ready to solve the case. Okay, so very straightforward. All right, so we click on unlock an envelope. Maybe it asks us a question. Let's see what's under additional resources right now. We've got access to the Ghost Hunters blog and the tourism office. Okay, well, no point in starting there. Let's do the rest of our stuff before we start messing with the website. I just wanted to see what it had available. All right, so we've got 2 dead people. Lydia and Robin Reed. And here we have, let's take a look at what items we have. We have interview statements, all single-sided, autopsy report. Perhaps we'll start there. We've got a social media page, some brochures, a receipt, and a village map of Brandonsbury. Let's actually start with the map. Let's get ourselves situated here. Is Brandonsbury a real place? This doesn't look like a real map of a real place. Okay, here's Brandonsbury. We've got Village Hall here, a memorial here. Our hotel is here. And the Black Lamb pub is here. For some reason we don't know. Okay, but here are the grounds of the hotel. Walking distance 5 minutes. Okay, so you could walk everywhere here pretty easily. And we have no reason to use this yet. So we'll just put it aside. How about a brochure? No, we should start with the autopsy. Let's get serious here. If we're going to be investigating this, that seems like a good place to start. Provisional autopsy report. Robin and Lydia Reed. Death confirmed by Officer Lynch on arriving at the scene 10:33 p.m. on the 10th of December. Time of death estimated between 8 p.m. and 10 p.m. Bluish marks on the necks of both bodies. Internal wounds, don't know yet. Couple discovered lying on a bed on their backs, arms by their sides, eyes open, each with a hangman's noose around their neck. Can't say any more for now. I'll need to carry out a full autopsy. I think they died from asphyxia, probably from the ropes around their necks. Were placed on the bed after death. So they didn't do a serious investigation. They do have marks on their necks, but hands are not restrained. I mean, if you're hung from the neck and your hands are free, you'd be breaking your fingernails, scratching at it, scratching at your neck, trying to get the rope off your neck, unless you're unconscious for some reason. And then why lay them on the bed after hanging them, and where were they hung from? They couldn't have committed suicide, right? They couldn't have committed suicide if they did die of asphyxia, because you couldn't do that on your own and then take yourself down, etc. I don't think this is going to end up being supernatural for real, but we don't know the rules of this universe, so we don't know. Okay, well, before I forget, what is this receipt? It's a receipt for a meal at the Black Lamb pub, which we see on our map. They both had 2 people had soup, 2 people had tea, and 2 people had London Pride 50cl, which I don't know what that is. Is it a drink? Looks like they're drinking tea. So what is London Pride? London Pride 50cl. I don't know what that is. It's £4. So it's not something too fancy. Nothing else on this receipt. No time of date. Okay, I don't know how that could have helped, how that's going to help us. Let's read the statements here. We've got hotel owner and owner of the pub. 2 statements. All right. Statement by Larry Linton, hotel owner, 10 December 2022. Sorry, I'm still in shock from yesterday. I'll try to be as detailed as possible. We only had 3 guests that night, 2 victims, Lydia and Robin Reed, they were in room 7, and a young videographer named Kevin Freeman in room 3. He's a paranormal specialist. He runs on an internet channel called Ghost Hunters. Idiots. You know, this place attracts quite a few people like that. He's nothing special. I put him in room 3, which had access from the back of the hotel, so he could lug in all his equipment without bothering everyone or blocking the corridor. The couple arrived at the beginning of the afternoon. I was the one who signed them in. I take care of reception during the day until the night manager arrives. My shift was just ending when the couple asked for recommendations on where they could get food. I told them about the Black Lamb, then we all left the hotel at the same time at 7 p.m. They went off towards the village and I went home. I got back, then headed to the pub for a bite to eat. After eating, I got back home just in time for my favorite TV series, which starts at 9 p.m. I fell asleep in front of the TV. I woke up at 11:15 p.m. and saw that Cameron, my night manager, had tried to call me. Unfortunately, I had turned off my mobile phone, so I didn't hear him ring. I called him back straight away and jumped into my car to head to the hotel. When I arrived, Officer Lynch was already there, and it was then I saw the awful scene for myself. Okay, well, he seems a little suspicious to me, to be honest. His phone is turned off. He fell asleep in front of the TV, but he had turned off his phone. That's suspicious. Who turns off their phone? The killers turn off their phone when they don't want to be caught with GPS information. All right, this guy's my number 1 suspect so far. Let's see what the Black Lamb pub says. And is he saying he went to the pub afterwards? He tells them about the Black Lamb. They all leave. They go to eat at the Black Lamb. He goes home. He eats at home. He watches his show. And then, he went back. Then he went to the pub. Same pub, the Black Lamb. He eats there. Then he goes home and watches his TV show. All right, he's very suspicious. Let's hear what Edward Hurley, owner of the Black Lamb pub, says. Yes, I saw the couple yesterday evening. They came to eat at my pub. They seemed quite snobby. You should have seen how slowly they sipped their beers. Okay, so that's beer up here. London Pride is a beer. Making fun of the village and our local legends. You know what I mean. Seems everyone's got their own little story about the so-called haunted house every time there's tourists in town. Well, the pub was full of people enjoying our soup on Saturday night. Our regulars love it. Regulars like Larry Linton, the hotel owner, and Maxime Mahoney, the mayor. And like always, they started arguing over their stories. Larry ate the soup and left at 8:45 p.m. The mayor stayed. All right, well, that's consistent with what he says, right? He says he went to the pub, got some food, got home by 9. And this is consistent with what the pub owner says. Well, the extra cook I hired left without saying goodbye, as usual. I didn't see her leave because the kitchen is at the back of the pub and has its own exit. But I can tell you exactly when she left because I heard the kitchen door close at precisely 9 p.m. She made some tea, then left. I was with the mayor drinking a couple beers. We both stayed sitting at the bar until he left at 9:25 p.m. I'd be taking a closer look at the tattooed guy if I were you. He's strange. Seems obsessed with death. That's Larry all over. He's never hired anyone normal. If it was me, the guy would have been kicked out long ago. Okay, so it sounds like the hotel owner, Larry, has hired this tattooed guy who's weird. All right, that's our new best suspect. All right, so lots of timeline information here. We know the couple stayed long. Doesn't even say when they left. Just that they were slow. All right, here's our victim. One of our victims, Lydia. Looks like she was posting where they went. Here's our Lydia Reed. At Lily Devil. She's an HR manager, travel and food. Let's see what she says here. 10 December. This is the day they died at 9:28. Okay. So it actually starts down here. So here's her first entry of the day at 1:14 p.m. We're at the hotel. The owner is treating some old cart with anti-termite spray. It stinks. We wanted shabby chic. We've definitely got the shabby part. Okay. Here she is at 7:25 p.m. Arrived at the Black Lamb. Okay, again, consistent with what the hotel owner said. Told them about the Black Lamb, sent them on their way at 7. They get there at 7:25. Here they are at 7:42. She says, "You're not going to believe it. We're staying in a haunted house." It's crazy how some people believe all this stuff. Here she is at 8:15. Neeps and Taddy's soup, the local specialty. Okay, so that's the soup they got. Soup of the day. They're still there at 9:05, and now we're on to the soup. That's a little weird. Now we're on to the soup. Sounds like now we're on to tea, but okay, whatever. So they've been eating. They're still at the pub by 9:15. Then she says, okay, this is 9:20. We're definitely in a horror film. We're standing in front of a house, a window opened, and someone said, "Don't go out on the moor." And here she is at 9:28. I should have listened. I'm almost certain we're being followed. I'm having trouble breathing. It hurts. I really don't feel well. Huh. Now it sounds like maybe she was poisoned. By 9:28, we're standing in front of a house. So it looks like they've left the pub at this point. They're having tea at the end of their meal, and they've headed out. Looks like they've headed out 9:05 or so. By 9:20, they're walking, and people are yelling at them. By 9:28, she's having trouble breathing and doesn't feel well. So has she been poisoned here? And she says someone's following them. Does that mean someone's following them from the pub? We don't know. Let's see what else she's got here on her social media page. the foodie. That's it. Okay. Let's not miss this. Let's look at some photos here. So there she is eating popcorn on the plane. Nothing jumps out. All right, nothing else jumps out here. Here is the Black Lamb brochure. Providing a warm welcome since 1890. Closed Monday. On Tuesday, they have quiz night. On Wednesday, they have happy hour. Poker night on Thursday. Match day. That's going to be soccer. Saturday, Neeps and Tatty soup night. Try our special by local legend, Mrs. Stirwell. So here we are on Saturday. They've had the Neeps and Tatty soup, which I've never heard about. Here's the Black Lamb. Let's get a good look at this place, see if anything jumps out as weird. Not really. I mean, that's a pretty nefarious looking lamb. Nothing else jumps out, though. All right, let's check out the hotel. Here's a little brochure for the hotel. Gothic Tales. Set in a splendid 17th century Gothic building, the hotel sits on a promontory at the edge of the village in the heart of the Yorkshire moors. Brandonsbury Manor was inhabited by Lord Criston's family for over 300 years until the end of the 1940s. In 1947, the family moved to the United States and left the buildings to decay. In 1974, the building was renovated and turned into a hotel. A fixture of the local village, the Gothic Tales Hotel is open all year round for everything from romantic getaways to business workshops. And here is the Gothic Tales Hotel. Now, whenever you have one of these hotels that its business relies on being sold as a haunted mansion, you could have a motive to make things spooky, but it doesn't look like that's how they're marketing this. The name does, but the rest of the brochure doesn't sound like it. Nothing jumps out to me here. I don't see anything crazy in windows. Okay. Now, why do we have a Ouija board here? Hotel hallway board found on a piece of furniture dating from the 1930s. All right, so I've got a Ouija board with a very weird little symbol up here. Other than that, though, and it looks like it's got a stain. It looks like this is the plinth has been sitting on this maybe for many years on the B for reasons we don't know. Don't know what this is, though. What's over here? Just a knot in the wood. This we don't know, but it looks suspicious. Nothing on the back. And then here is the Criston family tree. The Criston's family was the family that owned the hotel. So it said they moved to America. Let's take a look at this. Lord Rupert Criston, Duke of York, 1850 to 1920. Lady Maria Bronte, Duchess of York. Maybe a Bronte sister. And then, let's see. They had 3 children. 3 male children who married. Grandchildren. Let's just take a look at these. So some of we've got Kristen and Keen, odd. This guy married Lady Catherine Gray, Beatrice, and then Mahoney. Where did we hear the name Mahoney? Was it? This is odd here. Look at this. Maxime Mahoney is the mayor. And it looks like one branch of the families are Mahoneys. Spelled differently, though. Mahoney. The mayor spells it Mahoney. Still, I find that interesting. I find that an interesting coincidence. That side of the family married in. Okay, so they didn't have three boys. Two boys and one girl they had. Lady Juliet Kristen married into the Mahoney family. These people could still be alive. John and Alice. Nelson says one of them died the year they moved. Lady Carrie died in 47. We're told that they moved in 1947. Absolutely true. I wonder if that's why. Well, this would be a grandchild, though. I mean, a grandchild is normally not enough reason to have to flee. But who knows? So, what's interesting is we've now finished going through all of our paper documents. It's only the envelopes we haven't opened yet. So it's time to go to the website, see what we want to read there, and see how to open one of these envelopes. But why don't we take our first break here? You've seen everything you would see the moment you open the box and read through the first items. A reminder that you can only play these games once, then you understand the story and the mystery. This is not a particularly cheap cold case game, but you can get it on Amazon, probably $30. I can't exactly remember, but it's up there. So if you think this is interesting enough that you might want to play this on your own, you can stop watching now, buy it, play it. You can come back and watch this video afterwards, see how we differed from you. Let me know what you thought. For those of you who are going to continue along with me, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. I can see YouTube is complaining about something. Looks like we've got some missed frames. Are we okay? Can you see the video okay? Maybe changing that text live was not the right thing to do. Derek says he can see it okay. Okay, well, missing frames is not going up. We look like we're doing okay here. Okay, let's get back to it. So it's time for us to go to the website because there's nothing else for us to do, and we don't even know how to access the other envelopes to get more information. So let's go over to the website. Let's see what we got. So before we even try to unlock an envelope, we do have two resources we can read. Ghost Hunter's blog and the tourism office. All right, let's start with the Ghost Hunter's blog. It would be easier if you could see the cursor. Let's see if I can go grab that. Look at this table shaking. I went to real lengths to make it so the table doesn't shake. Okay. Let's see here. Where is the... Okay. Ghost Hunter's blog. Let's see. What have we got here? Oh, looks like we're going to get some multimedia. We've got news, history, and a demon list. Demonic sounds heard on the moor. All right, well, let's listen to this together. And look, there's a post on the night of our murder. Okay, I don't hear anything. I don't think you hear anything either. You don't hear it either, do you? That's odd. There's no actual audio. What's happening here? All right, well, let's not worry about that for now. Let's just keep scrolling down. Imported from Instagram, it's the Ghost Hunters. Damn it, crazy times. Just as I was taking some shots of the moor, I saw this light in the distance. I think it's a ghost. I wish you could hear how creepy it sounds. So it sounds like that might be our memorial here. So are they facing this way or this way? They're seeing some light. Okay. Is this something we can interact with? No. So that was 9:33 p.m. And then here we have 7:20 a.m. I'm heading to the Gothic Tales Hotel in Brandonsbury today. We're going to try a seance with one of our community members, Cameron Darkside. Okay, so this is the other person staying at the hotel. Remember, the hotel owner tells us. Oh, look at that. That's interesting. The hotel owner tells us that he's got this videographer also staying at the hotel, Kevin Freeman. He's got a channel called Ghost Hunters. So that's whose blog we're reading now. But he says, if you look at, he says he's meeting up with Cameron Darkside. And then if you look at this, you'll see Cameron is the night manager. So our videographer here was meeting up with the night manager, Cameron Darkside. And I just want to make sure that Cameron is not one of these people who's following Lydia's page. Christopher Canet. Christoph Canet and Canet Fan Club. But yeah, okay, it's not our person here. Okay, but that's a little bit odd. And that's all that's on this page. There's the URL right there at 55investigations.com. If you could go to that, you can see if you can hear anything. I'll try to open this and, well, we could see, let's see. We could switch to turn off the desktop site, reload it. Let's see if this gives us audio. No, now it doesn't even play at all. All right, well, we can try it in a different browser, or you can tell me during the break whether you can get any audio at home. Now it doesn't even want to show that thing. Wow, that's weird. All right, well, let's not worry about it for now. During a break, we'll see if we can, we'll see if there's audio to hear. All right, so that's that page. Was that the news page? What about history? Okay, here's history page. Ghosts of Brandonsbury. Today, my favorite follower, Fiends, will be taking a look at the village of Brandonsbury. As you probably already know, Charles and May Weathers, a spiritualist couple, lived in the Gothic Tales Hotel in Brandonsbury. I say hotel, but this was back in 1946. It wasn't a hotel back then, but a manor house. And the couple were servants to a lord and his household. The couple were super into calling up demons and communicating with spirits. The woman's brother had died or something. Except, as you know, you can't just call up any old demon. That's why I added a little demon list to my blog to help you guys find the right one. Yeah, I'm awesome, I know. So on the night of 28 March 1946 at 9:59 p.m. exactly, the demon appeared in the library and grabbed the couple by their necks. He held one of them in each hand and strangled them as he picked them up from the ground. Whoa. You know, you don't get to pass on into the afterlife when you're killed by a demon, so they've haunted the building as ghosts ever since. In 1976, a film crew even caught them on camera in the middle of the night. No one has ever been able to explain the photo that was taken, which proves that ghosts really do exist. Ignore the skeptics. There are loads of other stories too. In 2004, guests reported seeing May's ghost floating in front of their window. December 2007, a woman fled the hotel after being terrified by the sound of doors banging in the middle of the night. In 2008, it was the turn of people driving through the village who saw a ghost floating in the edge of the road leading to the hotel. In 2016, a Scottish priest said he heard voices in the middle of the night. He freaked out so much that he even asked the Vatican to send exorcists. Safe to say, the place is definitely haunted. And this thing here seems like it might be the photograph they're talking about that captured the two of them. Okay, that was history. Let's look at the demon list here. The demons are listed in alphabetical order. What is this about? So if we click on A, we get here this list of demons under A. Let's look up M. Alphas. Borax murmur. All right, it sounds like we might need to do this at some point, but doesn't seem like there's any reason to go through it now. Here's this. No, none of us can hear this. It's not because the volume's down, is it? Yes, maybe it is. Okay. So the volume is off. And is that because we're on some... Is that because we're on Do Not Disturb? No. Why is the volume on the tablet off? Let me disconnect from the monitor for a second. Let me see, is that why? No. I remember this happened once before, but I thought it was because it was on Do Not Disturb. But we're not on Do Not Disturb. So why is the volume refusing to turn up? Anyone, it's on vibrate only. I am really bad at this stuff. On vibrate only, but how I can't. You think now it's back? No, it still won't let me do it. It's on vibrate only because the volume is down, but it won't let me turn the volume up. All right, well, we need to fix this. Any ideas? Boy, I really hate mobile devices. I really loathe them. What is this thing? Is it now? Do we have volume? Oh boy. Really, guys? Press the volume button, then hit the three dots. Yeah, okay, now what, smarty? Okay, don't know what you're saying to do. Three dots. Here are our dots. What do you want me to do now? It says, oh, I really hate these devices. It says mute all sounds is turned on, but I can't. How do I make it go off? You say the bar on the left, huh? Okay, here we go. Here I am moving it on the left. You can't see me, but here I am trying to move it. It won't move. I'm clicking, I'm sliding. Nothing activates. I've tried to do something with this. This seems like it's very determined that I not hear anything. This has come on ringtone, but I can't click anything on anywhere else. This is so bizarre. Is it? Is it because something has turned these headphones? Click the settings wheel. Okay. When I click the settings wheel, nothing happens. I think it's bringing up this page. Mute all sounds. When did that get turned on? And how? And why could nothing else turn it off? That's insanity. Now can we control the volume? Yes. Dear God. Okay. It's possible that some tap on one of these things. Oh my God, that was insane. But now it's not broadcasting to the channel because I probably disconnected that. Oh, let's see if we can get it back. There you go. Now you can hear it. I can see you can hear it. And do we even care? All right, let's listen to it together. Thank you for your help, Natsukara. Natsukosakura. Natsukosakura. Thank you. Sounds like there's a wheel turning. Wind and a wheel. All right, that was a lot of frustration for nothing. Okay, additional resources. Here we go. Let's go to the tourism office and file a complaint about the audio. Discover Brandonsbury. Brandonsbury Tourism Office. I think the mayor is our culprit, so let's see. Welcome to Brandonsbury. Brandonsbury is a charming little village set in the heart of the Yorkshire moors, known for its green countryside and welcoming atmosphere. The village is surrounded by green hills and grassland, ideal for a walk or a hike. Brandonsbury is also famous for its 12th century church, St. Andrew's, a distinctive example of northern England's Gothic architecture. The village is also the birthplace of Romantic poet William Coleridge, who grew up in the area before becoming one of the leading poets of the Romantic movement. Brandonsbury is also renowned for its local gastronomy, with numerous pubs and restaurants offering traditional Yorkshire dishes such as Neeps and Tattles soup. It's an ideal place to discover the region's culinary specialties as you enjoy the village's welcoming atmosphere. I should make a note of how to fix that audio if it happens again. Okay, so that was the home page. Here's historic sites. The Moor, our charming village, is surrounded by the spectacular and unique Brandonsbury Moors. The stretch of wild landscape is covered with broom and heather, offering panoramic views of the surrounding hills. Walkers can discover a variety of fauna and flora, including rare birds like the common buzzard, and the peregrine falcon. Please note, we do not advise walking on the moors at night. Here's another interesting place, the Gothic Tales Hotel. Housed in a splendid Gothic building dating from the 17th century, the Gothic Tales Hotel sits on a promontory at the edge of the village in the heart of the Yorkshire moors. What is a promontory? Is it like, I thought it was like a thing that juts out. Okay, 1947, the family moved to the United States, left the building to decay. In 1974, it's renovated. Okay, next up, St. Andrew's Church. St. Andrew's Church in Brandonsbury is a 17th century building known for its imposing Gothic architecture and stained glass windows. The church draws visitors from all over who are keen to experience its esoteric practices. From solemn ceremonies to ancient rituals, St. Andrew's Church is a fascinating place for those seeking to discover the hidden aspects of religion. What do you see there when I zoomed in? Now the plot thickens. Now the plot thickens. What is in the window of this church? Surely you recognize this. What is that? Where do we know that from? Don't all call out at once. That was the symbol on the Ouija board. Right there. That's the Ouija board symbol exactly. What is it doing on our church window? That is very, very, very suspicious. I think we've got some sort of cult going on here. Is anything else going on in this church that we should know about? That is very fishy. That is very fishy. Okay, we got a couple inside jokers here. DJ Moneycut making a joke about trained birds from one of our previous cases. All right, St. Andrew's Church, huh? 17th century building, St. Andrew's Church. Okay, let's see what else we got. How about if you want to shop here? What do we got? I love Brandonsbury mug, a shirt for the Black Lamb, a Werewolf of the Moor poster. Looks like in French. They didn't bother translating that back. Is there a werewolf in this town? There's something a little odd here in the credits for this. One of the actors, is it actor? What does it say there? I guess it says actor. I can't really tell. That has the last name of one of our victims, Reed. And there's a light on at the graveyard manor. The Wolfman, Roop Garoo. I think that's Wolfman of the Land of the Moor. Werewolf of the Moor. Okay, here's a phone box postcard. Looks like someone's in that phone box. It's got a number to it. We don't know why. What's the number of this telephone? Okay, then we've got a train postcard. These are item numbers, I guess, you can order. Woman with flowers. That looks a little bit like one of our descendants from our family tree. Let me see here. No, this is what I wanted here. Am I wrong, or does that look a little bit like one of our women here? Maybe I'm just too focused on it. Okay, let's keep going. Man with bouquet of flowers. Postcard, you can order that. Does that match any of our people? Maybe I'm stretching things, but kind of looks like. Well, who knows? We'll worry about it later. What about this woman with vase? Is this woman anywhere on our? They all look alike back in these olden days. All right, let's not worry about it. Woman in dress postcard. All right, a little bit of history of Brandonsbury. You can buy a shirt. You can buy a picture of train and then boy with paperwork. Boy with paperwork. It's a little odd. I don't know who that is. All right. And can you click on these to order them? No. Huh. Odd. All right. Well, we've now done everything on the additional resources. So let's click on unlock an envelope. So this is where this game system's different than some of the other. Most of the envelope games basically tell you when you've solved a puzzle, unlock an envelope. This one is different in that when you get to choose to unlock an envelope. And let's see what happens when we do choose to unlock an envelope. So I see there's only one it wants to let us unlock. Okay, so the Ouija board from 1946 is available for us to unlock, and that's the only one it wants to let us unlock. Okay, it's probably going to ask us where we see that symbol. Well, let's see. Okay. The Ouija board firmly attached to a small locked box. It's attached to a locked box? What are you talking about? All right, I don't see any locked box, but according to them, the Ouija board is attached to a small locked box. A handwritten note is hidden under the board. Property of the servitors of blank, alter and mechanism made by C&M Weathers. Okay, servitors of blank. And so sure enough, what we predicted is it's... Can I click on? I can move this now? Wow, that's interesting. So we're clearly being asked to pick out the church that we saw in that photograph. So if we go to the tourism page, historic sites. Okay, so it's clear we want to answer St. Andrew's Church. So unlock the envelope. Property of the servitors of St. Andrew's Church, right? Altered mechanism made by C.M. Weathers. So, what do you think I'm supposed to do here? Move it to St. Andrew's? Yes. See? Okay. So I'm just holding it there and it's spelling it out. Okay, so it's unhappy. It looks like it just wants Andrew, right? Because It's clearly only letting me put in Andrew. Okay, let's try clear. Okay, let's try Andrew. A-N-D. Can I type R? No. R-E-W. Okay, guys. Doesn't like it. Will it let me do any more letters? No. So clearly this is the CHURCH doesn't want church. CHURCH. Does it want me to go here when I'm done? Maybe I have to do Andrew again and then go up there? It's kind of silly. A-N-D. Was there a number under the postcard, under the church? No. Now I have to back up and do it again. This is getting annoying. No. No. Oh, fuck me. I'm sorry if I'm waking you up and you're trying to get a good nap in while the channel's on. R, please. R, please. Fuck me. Okay, what does this game want? It can't be more than 5 letters. It's clearly... Okay. Let's try again. Additional resources. Okay. Let's not to jump to conclusions. We see the church. We see it's got the same symbol as the Ouija board. So now we want to go and tell it, and let's read this more carefully now. Property of the servitors of blank. Is that supposed to be telling us it's a 4-letter word, not 6 letters? Altar and mechanism made by C.M. Weathers. So is it telling us it's a 4-letter word? Either 4 letters or 6. It looks like the CHURCH. The website will let you put in 6. This is either telling us it's 4 or it's just a generic placeholder. It sounds like this is supposed to be a couple or the name of the church. Now, what does it say here? It says, piece of furniture dating from the 1930s. So 5 letters, 1930s could be one thing. Or is it a demon? Yes, it could be a demon, but how would we get the demon's name? Could it be under... Would it be under Andrews? Made by C and M Weathers. That's our other clue. C and M Weathers. Okay, let's not get frustrated. Just because it's clear that the Ouija board is related to the St. Andrew's Church. And we can see in the church our crazy symbol is exactly the symbol on our Ouija board. Okay. Let's go back to the blog. Let's see, any information here about the Weathers or the church? Charles and May Weathers. They're the CM Weathers. Okay, so this belonged to the couple. Okay. This belonged to the couple. Charles and May Weathers, C and M Weathers. Okay, so they owned this and the locked box. The couple were super into calling up demons. The woman's brother died or something. You can't just call up any demon. On the 28th March 1946 at 9:59 exactly, the demon appeared in the library. So how would that tell us what demon to call up? And why would we be looking for a demon name? I think Natsu Sakura has the right idea. If it's the servitude of property of the servitors of blank. Okay, so it's made by C.M. Weathers. If they're the servitors, then maybe it wants the Lord's name that they worked for. Okay, I like this idea. Oops, we don't need help. No. I like this idea. And so Charles and May Weathers, back in 1946. So that's what we're 1946. So but what are we? Who owned this house in 1946? It's a whole big family. Is it I mean, we know the Lord's name of this whole place is Kristen, but we can't even type in. We can't even type in a 7-letter word, I don't think. Um, hmm. The couple were servants to a lord and his household. Okay, let's look at this again then. We've got Lord Andrew Kristen. I mean, boy, doesn't that seem like that should be it? From the Andrews Church, Lord Andrew? Shouldn't it be Andrew? But there's also Lord Rupert Kristen. Does it want first name? Does it want last name? Got a whole bunch of other lords here too. How are we? Servants to a lord. It was an hotel, but a manor house, and they were servants to a lord. Maybe, yeah, maybe somewhere else it's telling us who ran it. It was inhabited by Lord Kristen's family the whole time. Okay, fine, but it seems let's try to take a deep breath here and not go on tilt, but I feel like I need my bullets because I do feel like we're going to start putting bullets in this game. But it says very clearly the clue is they're servitors of blank. And then this page here says that they were servants to a lord. So can someone look up servitors? Just in case, is there something we're not sort of get? It sounds like servants of blank. But it's really frustrating that it's not clear if it wants 4 letters or 6, and it's not clear what it wants us to do. Like, this is the thing that will drive you crazy and makes me furious. Like, okay, I've highlighted a bunch of letters, and then the thing just sits there. Does it want me to hit enter? Do I have to put something else in? Is it 6 letters max? Is it always 6 letters? Is there something I have to do to make it stop? This thing up here in the corner, is there a way to trigger that? How do you want me to tell you when I've got it entered? And then the fact that this whole damn thing, and it feels like it should be Andrew, but I did that. Okay. But you can't put in more than 6 letters, so it can't be Lord Kristen. What is servitors? Okay, no one's gonna tell me. I gotta do it myself. The word servitor has multiple definitions. A person who serves another. Someone who serves or another person, which is exactly what we said. Okay, so that's of no help. All right, so here it is. We've put in Andrew, and now we can't do, apparently we can't do anything else. We're just stuck here. If we try to add another letter, nothing happens. There's no signal that this is wrong. There's no signal that there's anything else to do, but it seems like it's wrong. Does it want a 4-letter word? Doesn't want his first name. And the fact that this takes me 5 minutes and the letters sometimes miss a line, like, come on, guys. Why? Why are you doing this? Why are you making me do this? Why is it being like this? Now I have to switch off so that I can switch back so that I can get the instructions. Does that mean a 4-letter word? The servitors of blank, who they serve. There's some other document that we've read that tells us what? A specific lord here on this list that they served in the 30s? How are we supposed to restrict that? So it sounds like Natsu Kosakura is saying maybe it wants one of the lords here. Well, we can see this is Lord Rupert, Lord Andrew, Lord William. So we have Lord Matthew, Lord Mark. Maybe this weird one with this death or something, maybe it's Lord Mark from 1919. But how are we supposed to pick one of these? Just randomly throw them in? Do we think those 4 asterisks mean it's a 4-letter word? Okay, let's try Lord Mark. And now it doesn't want to. Oh boy. This is not enjoyable. It's fine. You can have this puzzle as much as you want, but don't make it so painful to try things out. Okay, Mark. I put in Mark because that's one of our lords who's got a 4-letter word under the assumption that maybe it's a 4-letter word. Does it want me to hit enter now? Does it want anything from me? No, just sits here. All right, let's wait. Go on cancel. Okay, so Natsu Soka says wants York, the Lord Rupert, the Duke of York. Okay, so this would be ridiculous if this is right, because now we're given the town he's in, even though it's not his name. I don't know why it should be this. Fuck you. And this thing misaligns. And you have to start over again when it does. Okay, so if we do York. All right, so is it wrong? Is it right? I assume it's wrong because nothing's happening, but we don't know if it's broken in some way, if we have to tell it we're done, and we're just throwing out guesses. Okay, it cannot be that we have to guess which one. So there will have to be some other information somewhere if we're to pick one of these lords, which it seems like we should be able to pick one of them because of this history saying that they worked for one, servants to a lord and his household. Well, a lord and his household sure seems like it should be talking about this person. But I've already tried Rupert, and I've already tried Duke, and I've already tried York. This is the point where a smart person would get a hint, but I feel like I have so much anger and that getting the hint is just going to dissipate the anger in an unpleasant way. So I feel like the only way to solve this is to not take a hint, but boy, this is not cool. All right, let's try to back up. Let's try to back up. It's so bizarre because it's telling us exactly what the answer should be. What about this? Is there text on here that we can read in the graveyard? Doesn't look like we can read this. Demon list. It's not a demon, though. It's not a demon that we're supposed to be putting in here. We're property of the servitors of blank. Altar and mechanism made by C.M. Weathers. I suppose you could make the case that these people are devil worshippers and they serve a demon, but that's not what we were told. We're told they just like to summon demons. And it's also not clear that it's if we're looking for a four-letter word. Property of the people who serve blank. The servitors of blank. Is this a demon's name? Is this letters? Is this UTU? I mean, we could go and look at demons if this couple is servants of a demon, but let's look up under U. No, there's no entries under U. Well, what am I supposed to do here? What does this want from me? I'm not going to type in every 4, 5, or 6 letter demon name. Okay. Wasn't there a letter marked on the board? Maybe it's part of the name. Now that's a clever idea. So B is where it started. So what if we go to the B in demons list? Hey, these are underlined. Why are these underlined? Why are none of the other letters underlined, but the B's are underlined? Can we click these? B-A-E-L. Holy Christ. Okay. Okay. That's it. The B's are underlined. The B's have the symbols. So now we can click till we get the symbol matching to what we saw in the church. And it is their little demon that they worship. All right, that looks like it right there. Not Bioleth. Okay. B-U-N-E. Okay, thank God this national nightmare is over. I mean, look, this is clever. This is clever. We identified this, and this is clever. They only had to do one thing to make this puzzle not terrible. There's only the tiniest thing that they had to do. And that is, when you go to this list of demon page, it could say, click on a letter and you'll get the symbols of the demons. And then we would have instantly made the connection. Very frustrating. Very frustrating that there's no sign that any of these tell you anything except on the B's, and then all of a sudden they're linked. That is very bad design. You've got a very clever idea for a puzzle here that you spit in our face by not telling us that this demon list could have links to their symbols. All right. Well, it's over. It's done. Let's just move along. And then this craziness with having to drag this around. This is one of these things. How long do you think it took them to implement this? A long time. There's a lot of work to make this unpleasant interface. They could have just let us type it in. And that's it. Are we done? Yes. After waiting, you have to do it and then wait a few seconds. Ugh. Secret drawer in the writing desk pops open. You can now open the Ouija board 1946 envelope. You'll find 8 items inside. You have unlocked the Daily Yorkshire 1976 section. You have unlocked the tarot reading section. All right. Well, good work. Good work, everyone. It was some good teamwork and very good idea about the B. That was the really key insight. All right, so we've unlocked all of the envelopes, the tarot reading section. That's weird. Because we've unlocked the 1946 envelope. Let me just show you what's weird here. Because we've unlocked the 1946 envelope. Then it says, oh, the section, that's the website section to unlock the others. Okay, fine. All right, that could have been worded better. Let's just concentrate on the good part and open this up. I mean, It was cool that we found out they're devil worshippers. It was cool that we sort of had ideas of what to do. It was only that symbol hidden stuff that killed us. All right. Well, we've got some fun new items here. These are the servants who worship the demon, I guess. May and Charles Weathers, 1946. Let's look at these devil worshippers together. Okay. I wonder if they did sacrifice the person who died. Remember someone pointed out 1947 that died? All right, let's see what else we got. These look like tarot cards. This looks like the Hanged Man, although it's all distorted so you can't see most of it. These look like partial tarot cards. All marked 1946. Okay. What else do we have here? Okay, these items are kind of cool. Let's take a look. Another issue of the Daily Yorkshire. This one's from March 1946. Drama at Brandonsbury. Servant couple found hanging in their master's library. Butler Charles Weathers and his wife. We should take a break. We'll come back and go into this envelope when we come back. I'm excited that we've got new stuff. Take a break. Try to wipe all that tarot Ouija card stuff out of my mind. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. I went on tilt a little bit. I do think maybe the group did figure it out. There were some very insightful comments on the chat, realizing that servitude, probably demon. We explored that. We couldn't get it to work. And then the key, figuring out that the letter B was highlighted, which we did observe when we initially looked at this, but we didn't connect the two. So maybe despite all my gripes about the way that puzzle was set up mechanically and the too many degrees of freedom, it was a cool solution. All right, now we got a new envelope. This is making it interesting because now we're digging into these demon worshippers. May and Charles Weathers from 1946. We think these might be, I can see this one's the Hangman. Natsu Kosakura says he thinks the others might be Death and maybe the Lovers. We'll look at that in a second. Now let's read what has happened to these two. Some nice, cool newspaper drawing from 1946. It looks like it's similar to what happened to our two people today. Okay, and it doesn't want to zoom in on that screen. Servant couple found hanging in their master's library. Butler Charles Weathers and his wife, housekeeper May Weathers, hung themselves last night at Lord Criston's manor in the village of Brandonsbury. Yesterday evening at precisely 9:59. As she was polishing the silver in the dining room, young chambermaid Catherine Stirwell heard two loud thumps coming from the floor above, shaking the chandelier overhead. Now we know that name, Stirwell. Where do we know that name from? Is that from the family tree? Or is that from somewhere else? No, Stirwell was the soup. The cook. DJ Moneycut says yes. The cook at the pub. Wow, what? There we got the connection with the mayor, the cook. Is she? Chambermaid Catherine Stirwell heard two loud thumps coming from the floor above, shaking the chandelier overhead. So we've got a precise time of day, 9:59, when they died. And is that consistent with when our new couple died? Sorry. The young woman immediately ran up the stairs to check the library and find the source of the noise. She found two stools overturned on the floor. Tarot cards were scattered across the floor. Terrible scene lay before her. Charles and May Weathers swinging in the air as they each hung from a rope. Death and a half. She ran into the bathroom, grabbed a pair of scissors before racing back to Charles. She struggled, but was eventually able to cut through his rope. Here's a little ad for strychnine. Is that what our couple got poisoned with by the cook? The man fell on the floor in agony. She cut him down while he was still alive. She rushed over to the housekeeper and cut her rope too. The woman crashed to the floor dead. The man, driven mad by fear. All the servants in the house hurried to witness the horrific scene. One was dispatched to fetch the doctor. The butler's life was saved, and he was taken to hospital. In complete shock, he was transferred to the asylum in Bradford during the night. No one can understand what happened or why the couple would do such a thing. And then we've got a little article about the Queen. The Queen visits St. George's Primary. Headmaster congratulated by the Queen. Her Royal Highness Queen Edith visited the pupils of St. George's Primary School yesterday afternoon. Pupils had clearly, thoroughly prepared for the visit, delighted the audience with songs and performances in honor of their beloved Queen. I've got a lot of dogs too, Her Majesty confessed to young Louis when he showed her his drawing of what appeared to be a circle with a pair of ears and many legs. The Queen sported a periwinkle blue outfit with a hat of the same color as she congratulated the school's headmaster, Mr. Henry Mayer. Okay, so that's it for that. And here we have the picture of the Gothic Hotel Manor House and the two nooses. Then we have three more documents. One is a map of the manor. So they're hanging from the library ceiling. And the maid says she was polishing the silver in the dining room. She heard two loud thumps coming from the floor above. She's in the dining room. This is the breakfast room, which is below the library. Is that what she means? The dining room is the breakfast room? Or is it close enough, not doesn't have to be directly above? Down in the basement, pantry, cellar, ground floor. There's up in the attic. Okay. There's the back door. Remember, we're told there's a back door where the other person was staying in our current day, 2022. She says she was polishing silverware in the dining room. There's no dining room. Maybe she means breakfast room. She runs upstairs. Okay. Not sure how that floor plan helps us too much. Here's the asylum report on Charles Weathers. Let's read this. Pretty cool. All right, he's 36 years old in 1946. So that makes him what? 74, 110. All right, so he's dead. Okay, March 29th. Patient admitted during the early hours of 29 March 1946, 1:15 a.m. following attempted suicide by hanging. Patient made another attempt on arrival. He has been put into a straitjacket and placed under close observation. Patient is completely disoriented, asks to join his deceased wife, denies suicide attempt. He says he was told to do it by Boone. That's the demon. Keeps repeating the name over and over. After a little research, it seems this is some kind of demon, and it's not the first time that name has been heard in these walls. 10 years ago, two teenagers were admitted to the hospital. They were May Shelley, later May Weathers, and the second was none other than C. Blank, Lord Kristen's daughter. Where's our family tree? Lord Kristen's daughter is going to be Lord Kristen's daughter. I mean, he's got a daughter-in-law, Catherine Gray, and he's got an actual daughter, Lady Juliet Kristen, Countess of Leiden. Seems like her name should start with a C, so that might be Catherine, Lord Kristen's daughter-in-law. She was the one who initiated May into the world of spiritualism. May had just lost her brother at that time. The other girl claimed to be able to help her communicate with her brother through a demon named Boone. He would serve as the go-between for the young women. And so they spent their days with the Ouija board. They had never set foot in this institution until the day Boone ate their souls. The girls then drove two other patients to take their own lives. Wow, this is dark. Could it be, you think it could be Carrie? So you're saying when it says Lord Kristen, it means Lord Andrew Kristen. I guess you're right, because Rupert Kristen died in 1920. So it's not going to be him and his daughter. So it's got to be one of these two people's daughters. Okay, so could be Carrie Kristen, Beatrice Emma. Okay, I think you're I think maybe you're right that it's Lady Carrie Kristen, but this looks too long for Carrie, so I'm a little bit confused there. A little bit confused. Like, that's too many letters for Carrie. Well, let's find out. So they spent their days. They drove two other patients to take their own lives. Wanting to avoid a scandal, Lord Kristen immediately removed the girls from the asylum and took them to his manor at Brandonsbury. "10 years ago, two teenagers." Okay, good. Let's do it that way. 10 years ago, two teenagers. So 1936, they would have been teenagers. So Carrie would have been 16. So it's got to be Carrie. Maybe here it said Carrie Kristen, but it's got to be one of the people here. And that's the only one that starts with the C. So it's got to be Carrie Kristen, teenager. And she's going to end up dead. The two young women no doubt continued their rituals at the manor for years. There is talk of other young people joining Carrie and May's spiritual movement, known as the Servitors of Boone, and that dark rituals were held in honor of the demon all around Brandonsbury. Yikes. Starting to think this is real, this supernatural. Charles is clearly collateral damage in this situation. Second interview. I explained to the patient how he had been deceived. I think he listened, but he's in such shock that his responses are difficult to discern. Third interview, month later. Charles didn't say a word. He's been mute ever since he arrived and continues staring blankly. Fourth interview, 8 months later. Charles has been suffering from tuberculosis for several weeks. He hasn't said a word for almost 9 months. He died right in front of me. In his last moments, I heard him say, "Curse you, May. Curse you. I love you, May." Whoa, that's creepy. All right. Now, we've got a letter here with Boone's symbol from May to Madam. And this is on 28 March, the day before this article. So this is the day they died, the day May killed herself. "My beloved friend, Madam, you've opened our eyes. I'm not scared anymore. The cards have spoken, and it's our duty to obey them. Just as you said, we are ready to serve the great Boone and leave this corrupted world. I'm going to miss you. We are so happy for your son, Maxime. I sincerely hope that the situation with James works out and that he recognizes him. Sincerely, May. And here's the B-U. Boone. Okay, Maxime, huh? Now we know that name. Maxime is the mayor, who we were already suspicious of because of the last name, Mahoney. And now we are happy for your son, Maxime. But now, who is she talking to? thought she was going to be talking to her friend, who we think is Carrie, Kristen. But the Mahoneys are on this side of the family. So I'm not sure now. And who's James? James Mahoney right here. Is James Mahoney the father of Maxime Mahoney, who's our mayor? I hope he recognizes him. Madam, my beloved friend. So is she saying that Carrie is marrying in somehow to James? Has a baby with Matt James? I mean, they're the same age. It would work. But then, let's see, what's happening here? If she's the direct descendant, and then he's the direct descendant, they're like cousins, yeah. This is getting creepy. This is getting creepy. Let me ask you something. Is this person the same person we saw? No, that's not this person. Well, let's not worry about that. But this story is getting creepy. Very creepy. All right, the tarot cards told her what to do. Let me just look at the back of these tarot cards because I don't think we made much sense of the backs of them. Boy, this story's getting creepy, huh? All right, does anything jump out at you with these tarot cards at this point? The fonts look a little different in placements. Like these are in the same place. This one is lower down and thinner or something. Do they connect in some way? It doesn't look like it to me. Well, let's go look at the new sections that opened up on the website. So we're told that we've got an additional resource has showed up, tarot reading. Select in any order. Huh. So let me just see. Do these let us circle through different cards? Yes, they do. Huh. Okay, it seems like it's saying the order doesn't matter. So if we look, I think that's what it's saying. It's saying we want to put in these three cards. The order doesn't matter. Okay, we're agreed that this is the hanged man. Here is the man hanging by his foot with his head down here. So let's come in here and we just need to find one card that's the hanged man. Okay, there's our hangman, and it is the exact card that we have in front of us. So that's good. So now the question is we need to find this card and this card. And Natso Kosakura, which I should figure out a nickname for, so I don't have to say the whole thing. thinks these are maybe death and lovers, but let's take a look at recognizable stuff since these cards are exact. We've got these yellow starbursts to the left and the right, and then a person, naked woman standing off here. So let's see if we can't find that. Oh, wait a second. That looks like a naked woman, but not the yellow starbursts. These are some nice drawings too, to be honest. There we go. The lovers. All right, that's our card here. And now what can we recognize here if it's death or not? It's kind of hard to see much here. Let me see. Yeah, a little hard to spot anything. It looks like mostly gray with a little bit of a feather here and a yellow dress here. Let's try to find that down here. Yellow in the bottom right, gray upright up top. There it is. It's death. Okay, that's this card here. So it is death. So Natsu was right. Natsu. What does Natsu Kosakura mean? It sounds like a Japanese name. What does your name mean? All right, so there's our three cards. Oh, I'm waiting for the answer. See, it sounds like it's saying the order doesn't matter. We've put them in, and now I'm going to click select here and see what happens. Pacify the demon. You've angered your demon. Sacrifice 2 people to pacify him or suffer his wrath. No other card combination is needed. Okay, so it's telling me that it's telling us that when May did her thing, her seance, her tarot card reading, it told her what to do. And she says, it's our duty to obey the cards. And now we're told what the cards meant. It meant you've angered your demon, sacrifice 2 people to pacify him or suffer his wrath. And then it's also telling us we can stop now. We've finished this page. Okay. Very, very, very creepy. Okay. So that's our tarot reading. Has anything been added to the blog? No. So I think we're ready to unlock another envelope here. Let's see if we can unlock this envelope of the Daily Yorkshire. Select the name of the journalist you want to contact. So is it our thought that we want to contact the journalist we want to contact? No journalist name in the 1946 paper. Now 1920, 2022. Well, that's interesting. Let me click down the drop down. Let's see if any of these numbers jump out at us. I mean, some of those sound familiar, but Daily or sure? Okay, where's our 2022 paper? Okay. So here it is right here, Charlotte McMorgan. Our journalist, Charlotte McMorgan, investigated the hotel focusing on the 1946. If you have any interesting sources, contact her through here. Okay. We got an answer here from Natsuko Sakura. Sorry, I had to step away. Just got up. Natsuko means summer child. Sakura is cherry blossom. It's a name of a manga character from the 70s. Interesting. Okay. Not a manga that I know. I do have some favorites though. Death Note, of course, and Parasite. Those are, and Monster, but Death Note, Parasite. I think probably Death Note is my favorite, but Parasite is close behind. All right, so we know who we want to contact. It's Charlotte McMorgan. Let's do it. Charlotte McMorgan. Morgan. All right, so here we are talking to her. Let's see what she says. She's popping up questions here for us. We say, hello, we're investigating the double murder over at Brandonsbury. Charlotte says, oh, yes, I've heard about the investigation by the detectives over at 55 Investigations. Have you found the meaning of the 3 tarot cards? And we say, yes, we have. What is the meaning? Look at these lists. Look at this list. All right. Yikes, this is dark. All right. It's not kill the demon. Oh, wow, it scrolls up. Who wrote all these? Make an offering in fall, kill the heretics, open the door, pacify the demon. I think that's what we were told, right? You have to pacify it. I'm pretty sure. I think it was pacify. She says, yes, that makes sense. So who do you think drove the couple to hang themselves? Well, that's a good question. Who do we think drove them to hang themselves in 2022? I'm not sure we know that yet. I mean, we've got the mayor we're suspicious of, and then the cook we're suspicious of. Let's see what our choices here are. So we can choose the Kevin Freeman, the videographer. We can choose Cameron, the servant who works at the hotel with the tattoos. We can choose the Madam Carrie, who seems to be masterminding the death of the other servants. Other people in the family tree we can choose, including James Mahoney. We can choose Maxime Mahoney, who we think is the mayor and the child. No cook listed here, so we can't choose the cook. But I don't think we have good reason to know one of these. Weren't we discussing the 1946? Oh, is this what we're asking? Are we talking about the 1946 or the new one? Okay, well, if it's the old one, then we think the answer is May, right? It's the demon, but May is the one that told them to obey the demon and seems to be doing all this. So do we think the answer is May, assuming we're talking about the 1946? We're talking to someone in the present, though. They could be a little clearer about it. But wait, Mayweather's is the servant. So we don't think it's May. We think it's Carrie, Kristen. So we think it's Carrie, Kristen, right? Who drove the couple? And she's written a letter to Carrie, we think. And she says, "You've opened our eyes. It's our duty to obey them just as you said." Okay, so it's got to be Carrie. Carrie, Kristen, the woman that they work for, who told her to do everything. All right, I'm picking Carrie. Does anyone disagree before I click it? Carrie, Kristen, the woman who set them up for all this craziness. All right. I don't hear any objection. So here we go. Carrie, Kristen. Oh, looks like we're thinking the same thing. I'm going to continue my investigation. In the meantime, here's an update on my research into the 1976 case. You may now open the 1976 envelope, and the police section is now unlocked. So we can now have a way to get the next envelope. All right. Well, this is exciting. I love this mechanic of multiple cold cases that are all related. All right. So we've now got permission to open the 1976 envelope about a new set of murders. Okay. This is kind of exciting here. What have we got? Box office expense claim, Brandonsbury shop, a new map of the floor plan, couple of faxes, a new newspaper article, and a poster about the werewolf of the moors. Peyton Reed, John Cruz, Clark Nerdis. The movie by the team who lived through the nightmare of Brandonsbury. Okay. I think it's just going to be for fun, but we'll see. All right, let's read our paper. I got to admit, I am enjoying the story here of this case more than I thought. All right, here's the photograph that we saw on the website of two people. Captured on camera, the ghosts of Brandonsbury, April 30, 1776. Two clear silhouettes stand out on 8mm film shot during the shooting of The Werewolf of the Moors. Currently being produced in Yorkshire, a mysterious apparition to fire the imagination. Revenants haunt film shoot. On the night of 22nd April, the production team for the film The Werewolf of the Moors was shooting in the Gothic Tales Hotel in Brandonsbury, Yorkshire. The evening was peaceful until precisely 9:59 p.m. That's exactly when it triggered before, when the spirits appeared right in front of the film director and his head cameraman. The cameraman had the presence of mind to quickly switch on his camera. The images he captured have spread around the world like wildfire. The manor with a troubled past. When our team investigated, what we discovered made our blood run cold. 30 years earlier, a couple hung themselves in the exact spot where the ghosts appeared. It's terrible publicity for my film. Some accused Damien Hammer and his cameraman of faking the scene to get people talking about the film. Hammer denies these accusations. That night, the whole team was there and exploring the location for the first time. I've never been to this village before. How was I supposed to know about the local myths and legends? And honestly, it's terrible publicity for my film. I'm worried it's going to flop because of these stories. A disturbing story. There's no doubt this story will chill you to your very bones, especially in a small village steeped in such esoteric beliefs. Edwin says, my marriage to Lady Daisy is just around the corner. The end of a long series of conquests for Prince Edwin. Find out what His Majesty Prince Edwin has to say in our exclusive interview. Lady Daisy. That sounds a little bit familiar. Let me just check out here. Maybe not. I don't see any Lady Daisy. Okay, it's just an international story. And that's it. Huh. Okay. 9:59 p.m. is when this all happened. And that's consistent with when our 2022 murder might have happened. Suicide. Let's see what these faxes are about. All right, so 22nd April. And here we have 2 days earlier. Let's see, 2 days earlier to Damien Hammer Studios from the Gothic Tales Hotel. Erratum, sir, you will have just received a fax from our cleaner. We would like to apologize for her unauthorized message. She unfortunately experienced a tragic event here 30 years ago. Last Wednesday, a guest at the hotel reported hearing voices in that room during the night. Our cleaner has been losing her mind ever since. We're dismissing her with immediate effect and would like to reassure you your reservation remains valid. A cleaner 30 years ago, she witnessed it. So is this, they're talking about the woman who went upstairs and saw the dead bodies, right? Did we get told the name of that person? Catherine Sturwell, the cook's relation. So are they talking about Catherine Sturwell? You have just received a fax from our cleaner. Okay, so this is the fax they might be talking about. Yep, there it is, Catherine Sturwell. Dear sir, I can't stop you and your film crew from coming to our hotel on Thursday, but I beg you, please don't enter room 7. That room is cursed. Awful things happened in there. And there have been ghosts there ever since. I know my request might seem strange to you, but I beg you, please listen to me and don't go into that room. Okay, so room 7 is the cursed room. Catherine Sturwell is the person who saw the hanging dead in that room 30 years ago. And it's the room where our new 2022 people died. And here is an updated floor plan. So this is pretty cool, actually, because remember, it got turned into a hotel. So we can see, here's 1946. Upstairs is the library where the suicides happened. And what we now know is that got turned into room 7 of the hotel. Makes sense. Makes complete sense. And now the back entrance this is where the videographer was sent into room 3. Note room 3 is right below room 7. Remember the videographer got put into room 3? Yeah. The ghost hunter guy. Very interesting. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. Here's Damien Hammer's Productions. Return of the Mummy, Vampire Didn't Fear the Sun, Frankenstein's Ghost, Zombies, Werewolf of the Moor. There it is. And look what it grossed, 31 million. So actually, this little story that got told about his movie seemed to have made a huge difference. He's made much more. And then he went on to make a return of the werewolf. Escape of the Werewolf of the Moors. So actually that publicity of the murder actually helped his movie a lot. So maybe we do have a motive to recreate this. And then this looks like it was cut out on the back of a video arcade joystick. And here's the film that captured the images at exactly 9:59. So it looks like we've got generic shadows, man and a woman, and then what's happened here? That's creepy. What's he got in his hands? Then it goes to generic again. Generic, 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 and then, but down at the end, it's this detailed one again. Weird. And then I don't see much more going on here. Then here's the clock at 9:59. That is weird. All right, well, let's worry about that later if we can. What's going on here with the Brandonsbury shop? In 1976, Mr. Winton, that's the owner of the hotel, your order will be delivered at the beginning of the afternoon. P.S. Just so you know, it's no secret some film crews abuse certain substances. Okay, what have we got here? Film processing, hemp oil, cigarettes, whiskey, beer, laudanum, that can knock you out and put you to sleep, and rat poison can poison you and kill you. Mousetrap and cat biscuits. Okay. Don't know how to make any use of that, though. What's this expense claim? From Damien Hammer Studios, April 14th, so a week before they spot the apparitions. Meal at the Black Lamb Pub, 25. Night at the Gothic Tales Hotel, 25. Night at the Bradford Inn, 40 pounds. I don't know what that tells us. Weird. I mean, we've now been through all of the evidence in that book. We've got lots of weird little piece of evidence, but I'm not sure how to use any of it. It does flesh out the story pretty neatly, but I'm not sure anything is usable. It doesn't jump out as usable. Okay, before we go to the website, does anyone see anything there that they think? Postcard in the shop is the same picture. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, except if you mean the poster of the movie. So we can see the library turned into the room 7. We can see that room 3, where the videographer Ghost Hunter is right below them. We can see some purchase by the hotel person of poisons and sleeping potion stuff. Comment about film crews abuse certain substances. I'm not sure how that helps us really. I don't know. They did go to the Black Lamb pub, which seems to be a hub of trouble. And we saw that they made good money from the photos they took. Okay. On the webpage tourist office, there are postcards for sale. One of them is the ghost in the movie. Okay. You need to clarify that because there's no ghost in any movie. There's werewolf. Is that what you mean? If you mean the ghost, that's something different. You'll have to clarify that. Okay, let's see. So, additional resources, nothing got added. But now we can try to unlock the police envelope. Now, this is odd. Has the blog changed? No. We can contact an agent at the police station. Um, hmm. Feels like something is being overlooked here. Not sure what though. Is it a hint to look at these options? Hmm. This is a weird situation. I wouldn't mind if it wasn't so hot in this room. going through the documents trying to understand what we've missed. The next question is the name of the police agent we're supposed to be talking to. Strange. Very strange. Is this really the next thing for us to do? All right, let me look at what the chat has figured out. The negative prints of the film show two ghosts. One of them is the picture of a postcard on the tourist office shop. The negative prints of the film show two ghosts. One of them is the picture of a postcard on the tourist office shop. Okay, the picture of a postcard. Okay. Here is the postcards. I really wouldn't mind. It's time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Well, it looks like the channel is doing a better job solving this mystery than I am. Let's recap what is being suggested here. So Nelson says, I recognize the film strips matching the postcards. So if we look at these film strips, we see a man and a woman. Occasionally they get into more detail. And Nelson says, look at the postcards on the for sale in the shop. This man here is this photo here. And he's absolutely right. This man is that photo. Then he said that woman is also in one of the photos here. That is that woman. Now, my mind goes to, yes, I did find the police officer too. He's here. Officer Lynch. So that's the answer to that. But so I found that. But I do think this is more, now we're getting more to, my mind is so focused on both, so caught up in the supernatural that I'm like, oh, who is this woman? Is this woman belonging to this person? But I think that the more obvious answer is that they are projecting lights through these postcards. So they are faking these ghosts. I think that's right. I think they are using the photographs to fake the apparitions. And we can see that they're, what can we see? We can see that they made a lot of money from this movie coming out with all the publicity. Now, Natsu Kosakura says they were there for a week. They're only there for one night, but you do make a good point that they've booked this hotel a week in advance. Now, with that said, does he lie about it here? He says some accuse him of staging it. He says that night the whole team was there and exploring the location for the first time. I've never been to this village before. How was I supposed to know about the local myths and legends? So, scouting for shooting. Okay. So I thought this was booking this room in advance, but it's not. This is actually telling us that he was there a week earlier scouting it. And he was at the Black Lamb. And we are told that the Black Lamb is where everyone talks about the gossip of the legends. Everyone's got their own little story about the so-called haunted house every time tourists are in town. So I think we've caught him in a lie. This isn't the first time that he heard about it, and he's planned this whole thing. I don't know if this is more evidence that they've staged it. Whiskey, beer, laudanum, rat poison, film processing chemicals. But okay, now we think this is staged. All right, so now we're starting to think, okay, is someone using this to all get publicity? We know they made a fortune out of the publicity. And it makes sense now that what we've got is this guy who's who's in the room downstairs of these people that just got killed, knows all about this history and how famous the movie got from this coincidence. He's going to get himself famous. I think that now it's much more likely that it's not a supernatural thing, but it's our ghost hunter in the room downstairs, maybe working with the tattooed Cameron, and maybe he's killed these people just so he can get publicity for his blog. I think that's likely. Okay, but regardless, we can answer this question, what detective to talk to, because here it says, when I arrived, Officer Lynch was already there. So now we can go unlock the police envelope. The agent we want to talk to is Lynch. Hello, we're investigating the double murder over at Brandonsbury. Yeah, I heard of 55 investigations. I've got some documents for you. It's unusual to have investigators of your caliber around here, so I could really do with your help. What do you think happened in 1976? Okay, we're going to say they staged it. fake photo combined with postcard images. There we go. So who do you think is responsible? All right. Well, we think it's the director who we've caught lying. So we're going to say Damien Hammer. That makes sense. But I think there's an accomplice. Okay, an accomplice, huh? Well, we think it's the lighting director, right? His cameraman. The cameraman had the presence of mind to quickly switch on his camera, we're told in the newspaper. So, who is his cameraman? Who is his cameraman? Well, I think it's going to be on this poster. Script head cameraman Basil Hills. Right there. All right. So Basil Hills, where are you, Basil? Basil Hills. Yes, I was certain. You've confirmed my suspicions, but in the police, we need hard evidence. Do you have any specific proof? Do you have any specific proof you can provide to prove your accusations about the photos? Yes, we can. We're going to give him the postcard IDs, right? Yeah, okay. So let's go to the shop. Well, it's good work on Nelson in spotting those photographs. All right, so which ones do we have? BOU for bouquet and ROBE, bouquet and robe. Okay. Now, are we going to have to go back and answer these all again? No. Okay, so bouquet and robe. Robe and bouquet. There they are right there. You've got a good eye, I see. Basil and Damien fooled everyone with their crude photos. People really will believe anything. Thank you for your help. I'm sending you some new documents which you might find interesting, along with an investigation team. I'm sure that hotel is bursting with secrets. Feel free to go ahead and search anywhere that looks suspicious. Okay, well, that was pretty cool. Good teamwork. All right, let's move along to Brandonsbury Police envelope. Let's see what new evidence we have here. Are we going to get a new newspaper? Probably not. A police report, social media, interview, database, toxicology, cell phone tracking. Okay, here we go. Brandonsbury Police Officer Lynch report on the night of 10 December 2022. 8:12. No, 10:12. 10:12 p.m. Received call from the night manager at the Gothic Tales Hotel. He seems confused. He mentions a double hanging. An ambulance is called. He seems confused. I think he's been drugged. Or I'm not sure, but okay. Ambulance is called. Arrived at the scene. Cameron, the night manager, opens the door. He's accompanied by a young man, Kevin Freeman. Those are the two ghost people, who seems strangely excited. He tries to film me. I stopped him immediately. We go upstairs, discover the bodies lying on the bed. Each has a rope around their neck. The ropes are each around 1 meter long. They both lie with their arms next to their sides and their eyes wide open. Dark blue marks on their necks. The clock shows 21:19. So he's forced the clock to stop at 21:19. He has absolutely staged these murders to get publicity. I noticed that the victim's clothing is torn and damaged in places, like they've been rubbed a lot. The carpet on the stairs leading to the room shows fresh signs of wear. A corridor leads from the entrance to the service door. Traces of fresh earth lie on the floor between the service door and the staircase. Well, this is just more evidence that they drug them from outside through access to room 3. So I think they're saying that they drug them up here and then up the stairs to their rooms. Maybe drug them with the... That's why their necks are bruised. They were killed and poisoned or something, and then they drug the bodies, and maybe that's that wheel we were hearing with them dragging the bodies up. And then he smashed the clock so it would say the exact time from the myth. Their clothing is torn because they've been dragged, lots of earth drags across the carpet, etc. So I think we know what's going on here. All right, here is some social media between the ghost hunter and the night worker at the hotel, Cameron. Let's see what we got. 8 December, 10 December. Okay, so it starts here. So we're set. You're coming on Saturday? Yeah, it's fine. I did a post for my follower friends. It's going to be wild. What you got planned? Just the basics, a few shots of the hotel, and I'll take some readings with my demonology equipment. He says, great. This place has an interesting history. Have you seen my tattoo? Who's this? Seriously? It's Christopher Price. The guy's a legend. I'm after demons and ghosts, not has-beens. Is Christopher Price one of the people? Yeah, so Christopher Price was the person who played the werewolf. Seriously? It's Christopher Price. The guy's a legend. I'm after demons and ghosts, not has-beens. There's a Ouija board at the hotel. If you're interested, we could try a session once everyone's in bed. Yeah, definitely. But I'm warning you, videos like that are just average in terms of views. I'm going to need something a bit more flashy. He shows another tattoo. Satanus existed. Hey, take a look at my latest creation. You'll never get in a church with that on your arm. Hey, this tattoo got me into a very specific church, if you know what I mean. Actually, no. Forget I mentioned it. Oh, yeah, I totally get it. Thanks for the tip. Ha ha ha. Oh, crap. I shouldn't have said anything. Please keep it to yourself, please. I don't want any trouble. I'm coming back. I saw and heard some weird stuff out on the moor. Check my last blog post. Okay, so this is the night of the... Here we are on the night of the deaths. Cameron says, I'll take a look later. The boss is putting me under a lot of pressure. I need to get all the laundry done tonight. Where you at? There's some creepy noise coming from upstairs. Yeah, the hotel's haunted. Remember, I do the laundry there. I'm going to lose my job if I leave the laundry. I can't screw up again. I was already late too many times. Hey, is that you knocking around upstairs? Did you lock me in my room? I'm telling you, I'm in the laundry room. The door's shut. You need a key to get in. Don't worry. There's no one else here except us. And the ghosts, of course. Okay, look. Clock. It's already 10 o'clock here. He's in the laundry room. He's taken a photo of it. It's 10 o'clock. I think that gives Cameron an alibi. And look, here's Kevin at 2159 talking about creepy noises upstairs. He sent this message at exactly 2159. Okay, Kevin says, wait, there's someone locked me in my room, and there's no way I'm going out through the back, not after what I heard on the moor. I hope it's not your creepy friends trying to prank me. They're really nice. Stop distracting me. I've got tons of work to get done. Come on, I'm properly locked in here. If you don't get here, I'm going to call your boss and then you'll be screwed. Wait, you were serious? Okay, I'll get it open. Can you still hear any noises? It stopped now. I think it was coming from room 7. I'm going to go check. The police made me, and then here, 20 minutes later, police made me stay in my room. What happened? Tell me. The hotel's been all closed off by the police. I can't get a hold of my boss on his mobile or his landline. I'm worried. So I think Cameron has a good alibi. Kevin seems like he's staging this, but I can't tell. I mean, he says he's locked in and he's hearing noises at 2159. So why would he fake being locked in? Where is the laundry room? Well, that's a good question. We've got a linen room and we've got a laundry room down in the basement. So that's where Cameron says he is. I believe Cameron. I'm just not sure if I believe Kevin. It seems like Kevin would be the one faking this, but it could also be the hotel manager guy who's locked everyone in here. All right, let's take a look. Let's keep going. Police interview of Catherine Sturwell. Hold on a second. Before we move along, we know they're being followed out of the pub at 9. I want to see when he's writing. Okay, we're in a horror film. Don't go to the moor. I should have listened. I'm almost certain we're being followed at 9:28. What is he doing at 9:28? 8:30. He doesn't reply. And then the next we hear of him is at 9:51. And he went outside. Look at him. I'm coming back. I saw and heard some weird stuff out in the moor. So I think that puts him out there at the time that they were being followed and were attacked. So I do think it's going to be Kevin. They're already dead by the time he says I'm locked in. And look, he's saying, is that you knocking around upstairs? Did you lock me in? But they're already dead by then. Okay, let's read this. Oh, we read this one. This is the new one. Okay, interview with Catherine Sturwell. You were a chambermaid in the 40s, and then you were reemployed in 1974, correct? Yes, until I lost my job in 1976. I've not set foot in that awful place since. And do you know anything about the building that we might find helpful? Larry's father, the old owner, had a secret room built somewhere in the manor. He stored his important documents there. And what were you doing last night? I went to bed early, as usual. I was tired. I didn't feel like talking. Don't you have better things to do than bother an old woman? Mrs. Sturwell, I'm sorry to inconvenience you, but this is an investigation into a double homicide. No, officer, it's not a homicide. Excuse me? A homicide is when a human kills another human. Oh, so the murders were ghosts then. Is that what you're saying? There's no need to make fun of me. No, it wasn't ghosts. It was him. Who's him? I can't say his name aloud. I feel the demon's presence more than ever. But I can tell you, some people in the village, they're trying to bring him back. I hear them wandering around late at night, month after month. They take part in dark rituals. I'm sure that tattooed troublemaker's up to something. I'd really just like things to quiet down now. What were you doing before you went to bed? Officer Lynch, I'm an old woman. My legs can barely hold me up, but my mind is still all there. I know you, you know me, so you know what I do every Saturday night. The door is just behind you. If you want to arrest me, then go ahead. If not, just let me go. What does she do every Saturday night? She makes this crazy soup. Is it is it hemp soup? Is it something that makes people sick? I don't know why she does that, but okay. All right, let's look at this toxicology report. So we've got a list here of symptoms of. So we don't have an actual toxicology report. We just have a list of symptoms of what does what. All right, so we're told when she had the soup, trouble breathing, it hurts, and she doesn't feel well. So let's look for something that has trouble breathing. Bronchial irritation, breathing difficulties, intoxication. Okay, obnubilation. I don't know what that is. Headache, fatigue, cramps, dizziness, convulsions, impaired vision. They weren't reporting that. Irritation of the eyes, hyperactivity, laughing, impaired vision, pharyngeal constriction, vomiting, heartburn, diarrhea, kidney failure, vomiting, rapid breathing. These don't sound like our symptoms. Vomiting, abdominal pain, diarrhea, shivering, loss of consciousness, nausea, vomiting, if inhaled, severe irritation of the airways and eyes, if ingested, burning of the mouth. So far, none of these sound like it. Tachycardia, heart issues, headache, drowsiness, no. Moderate pain, inflammation in mouth, digestive, coughing, no. Significant reduction in pupil diameter, drowsiness, shallow breathing, shaking, respiratory, no. Nausea, vomiting, no. Abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, no. Gas and derivatives. If vapor inhaled, euphoria. If ingested, burning of the throat and stomach, vomiting, no. Insomnia, headache. If ingested, abdominal burning, vomiting, diarrhea, no. Agitation, hyperacuity of vision, hearing, convulsions, anxiety, no. Turpentine smell certainly sounds like the only one that really matched was acetone. Intoxication, no, it wasn't acetone because they didn't breathe it. Doesn't sound like any of the toxicology to me. Dark neck, sweating, respiratory arrest, hyperacuity of vision and hearing, convulsions. She does. I'm almost certain we're being followed. I'm having trouble breathing. It hurts. I don't feel well. Interesting. And it does say rat poison. So maybe she is poisoning people on Saturdays with her soup. But I don't know. And would that have killed them? I don't think so. Kind of weird. All right, let's look at this last item here in this envelope. We've got cell phone analysis. The girl said she smelled something funny like termite smell. That's true. She does say anti-termite spray. It stinks. So that would have been something she could have inhaled. Interesting. All right, we might have to look at this again, but let's rescan this. So owner of the, oh boy, we've got some detailed tracking here. So the owner of the hotel switches off his phone all during the time when the murder is supposed to have taken place. So I'm not sure that that's useful to us. Our old woman turns off her phone also before the murders when she says she's asleep. And last seen at D7, which is in one of her houses, I guess, where she lives. Okay. Let's see. Okay, here's our guy. Here's our videographer, our number one suspect. 2120, he goes G2, G3, F3, F4, E5. Over a 10-minute period, G2, let's see if we can bring these out. Okay. So it says our ghost hunter, G2 to G3. He's here at the hotel. He goes out here, 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 here. At the moor where he said he heard stuff. He's there for 15 minutes recording. That's what this says here. Then at 21:45, he heads back home. F4, F3, G3, G2. Okay, so he goes to the moor and he comes back and he gets back at 21:55. Now, here's what's interesting about that. Here's what's interesting about that. Well, actually, it's not that interesting. So I was looking at the travel time. He leaves here, G2, and he makes his way down here to 21 at 21:30. It takes him 10 minutes to go from here to here. And he's there for 15 minutes, and it takes him 10 minutes to get back. 21:55, he's back. So I thought it was going to be very strange that it took him 10 minutes to get home, but actually it doesn't look like it's that odd compared to the expected time, and it's certainly the same amount of time that it took him to get there. 21:50, he's coming back. But what's happening here? Why is he saying at 21:51 that he's coming back? He says, I'm coming back. I saw some weird stuff, and he says that at 21:51. But according to his log here, well, I guess it's true. At 21:51, he's on his way back and he hasn't gotten home yet. So actually, that is consistent. But if he was dragging the bodies, then he could have dragged them back in by 21:55. All right, let's look at our two dead victims. We know they're going to end up at the, here they are, they're going to end up at the Lamb, which is C9. So here they are walking to the Lamb. It takes them 25 minutes. Now here they are walking home. Let's track it. They leave the pub at 21:15. They go to C8, C7, C6, D6, D5 at 21:32. Our videographer at 21:32 is right here. So they make it, their cell phone tracks them here at 21:32. 21:28 is where she thinks she's being followed. So he's right there. And then it says, tracked in D5 to the location where Lydia and Robin's phones disappeared at 21:32. No cell phone. Close to Kevin Freeman in E5. So it actually says that. Now, Mahoney Maxim, who we think is the son, who's the mayor and the son of these two devil worshiper people, where is he tracked? He goes from F6, which is here, the mayor's office, to G6, to G7, to F8, F9, F10, E10, D10, D9, to C9, where he ends up at the pub at 20:15. Then his phone turns off. And comes back on at 21:25. They've already left 10 minutes ago from the pub, the couple. He goes D9, D10, D11, D12. So it's not our mayor. Cameron, the tattooed worker, is seen at 7 p.m. in the house, in the hotel. No movement. So let me check the hotel owner. Last thing here. He says he's at G2, G3, F3, F4, E5, T5, T6, D6, C7, B7, A7. So our guy goes all the way here. Then he goes to the pub. Gets there at 7:35. Then he goes to B8, A7. Then he goes home. He switches off his cell phone until 23:15. And then he goes from here back up to his hotel. Consistent, but his phone has been off while he's here, so he would still have time to do everything if we thought he did it. So, what do we know? We know our videographer was right next to them at the time when we lost track of them, and could have dragged them back, but with what? How is he doing it? It's taking him the same amount of time to get back as it took him to get there. And according to this, he gets back at 21:55. He would have dragged them in. I'm a little bit unsure of how to make this realistically work. Could the woman who told him not to go on the moors be the cook? They did say they were in front of a house, huh? And he said, don't go to the moor. Let's see, what house did they pass? C9, C8, C7. All right, so they're here having their dinner, and then they head home. They go to C8, C7, D7, sorry, D6, and D5. So they head up this way, and they end there. So whose house were they in front of? Yes, they were in front of the cook's house at D7. 2057. So yes, they would have walked by her house after she was home, so she probably could have told them that. But I'm not sure how that helps us. He unintentionally recorded the sounds of the murder. That's a very interesting idea. Maybe we should listen to them again, but I think you might be right. Why did the mayor take 1 hour to go to the pub? He said he went home, then he went to the pub, then he came home. Let's see. 2015, let's do the mayor again. By 2015, he's gone from his mayor house. Take him an hour and 15 minutes to get to the pub. That is a long trip to the pub. They haven't even left the pub yet, though. So what has he done for the hour and a half? He says he went home first, right? F6, G6, G7. Ugh. So he goes to his mayor house, G7. He goes from the village hall. G7, G8, F8, F9, F10, E10, D10, D9, C9. So he goes down this road and then comes to there. It does take him an hour and 15 minutes. That is odd. Well, we have a statement, though. Do we have the mayor's statement? No, we have the hotel owner's statement. So it's a good question. Why is the mayor taking an hour and 15 minutes to go from here to here? But I don't see anything. Then he switched off his phone. And then he goes C9, D9, D10, D11. Sorry, C9, D9, D10, D11, D12. That's at 21:25 to 21:35, and then no movement. I don't know if that means no movement. It doesn't say tracking stopped, so it just seems like this guy's the mayor is a slow walker. But he's all the way down here at 2135. And that's supposedly when our couple was killed. So I don't think the mayor could have killed them up here. There's no way for him to get up there in time. 2135, the mayor is seen here. And 2132 is when our couple gets killed up here. So it's not the mayor. It's not the mayor. But they are up here with Kevin here. Now, as you point out, the cook screams at her, but the cook, that old lady, can't be carrying two dead bodies, even in a cart, I wouldn't think. And how is she going to get up to the hotel, drop the bodies? Why? She's got no motivation. But what about our hotel guy? Could our hotel manager be doing all this? We have his interview. He says, they went off to the village and I went home at 7 p.m. Let me track the hotel guy again. He goes G2, G3, F3, F4, E5, D5, D6, C6, C7, B7. He goes home to A7 where he lives here. A couple minutes later, he heads back out and he goes to the pub where we know he is. The couple have left the pub at 21:15. The hotel manager has left 15 minutes earlier and actually gone to his his home. Then he switched off his phone just like he said. Why would he leave the pub, go to his home, then come back to follow them? That doesn't really make sense. There's also mention of a secret room, but I think we're going to get access to that secret room. Let's see what we would do if we wanted to unlock the secret room in the hotel. Where do you want to search? Okay, so it seems like we can find the hidden room that we were just told about. So let's get out the floor plans and try to find the hidden room. Were there just the 2 floor plans or were there 3? I know there's at least 2. Did we get a 2020 floor plan? Maybe we didn't. So we're told there's a secret room. Who told us there was a secret room? Do you remember? Double. It says Larry's father, the old owner, had a secret room built somewhere in the manor. He stored his important documents there. So what are we looking for? What exactly are we looking for? The website says, where do you want to search? We tell it the floor, the hotel, a hotel room, or room contents. Let me just see. So first you pick a floor and then a room, and then you search for something specific. So assuming we don't have another map, which I really wish I could remember if there was any other map. I don't see it. We built a hidden room, huh? So what would we be looking for, actually? Bring these two up. What are we looking for? Are we looking for a room that's on the original and not on the hotel? No, we're looking for a room that isn't on the original because it's secret, but it was made into a room when they made it into a hotel. See if I can put this on the screen for you to look at. Uh, I mean, I guess we're looking for something that's a room in one of these and not in the other. I'm just not 100% sure which direction we should be looking for. I mean, I do see a small room here that got made into part of room 2. It's a little odd that on the ground floor of the original, the music room goes to here, but here we have a storeroom. So is this what we should be looking for? A secret storeroom door that goes to here? These rooms look all the same. Well, I don't think it's there. I think it's the storeroom music room. There's an area here, music room, that just doesn't even exist on this map. Let me see if there's any other similar stuff here in any of the other rooms. I think that's it. All right, so I guess what we're going to tell this thing is to go to the ground floor, go to the hotel storeroom, and look on the east wall. There should be an extra room here on the east wall. All right, let's search it. Ready? You find a secret room on the hotel's ground floor. Inside, piles of boxes litter the floor, and old bottles of cleaning products gather dust on the shelves. The boxes are all labeled Horizon.com. You can now open the Gothic Tales Hotel envelope. You have unlocked the Horizon.com section. That's weird. All right, well, we got this. This is our last envelope. So even though I'm still not sure what to make of the rest of it, interesting. It looks like it's financial records. Gothic Tales Hotels accounts. What is this? 1998 net income. Okay, so let's see. Net income, it's going down, it's going down, it's going down. In 2012, it's gone below zero. Shoots up a little bit in 2016. We got told about a little bit of this. We got told about some various events that might account for these spikes. But here they are. They're now fully in the red this year. I've got your numbers right here. Your hotel isn't doing well. Why not sell it? It's a historic place. It should belong to the local community. Stop being so stubborn. That's the mayor. So now we have the old motive of ginning up the ghost story to make the hotel something people might want to travel to. But I think we need to find those other events so we can know for sure. I think it might have been the website. Ghost Hunters blog history. Yes. Okay. Let's look at this. Here's the dates. All right. Look at this. This is going to tell us whether the haunting reports make the income go up or down. In 2008, they saw a ghost at the edge of the road. 2004, people see a ghost. Okay, look. 2004, people report seeing a ghost. In 2007, a woman fled the hotel after being terrified by the sounds of doors banging. In 2008, the turn of people driving through the village saw a ghost floating at the edge of the road. Income goes way up. In 2016, a Scottish priest hears voices. Income goes up. There you have it. There you have it. It's the old Scooby-Doo owner of the hotel ginning up ghost stories because he needs the reservations, and this is what proves it. The income goes up every time there's a report of ghosts. Okay, excellent. Let's look at what this title deed says. Owner, Mr. Larry Linton, inherited in 1998 following the death of Branwell Linton. Mr. Larry Linton is the sole owner of the building and surrounding grounds. Previous owner, Branwell Linton and Mrs. Jane Linton, manor purchased from Lord Criston in 1974. Mr. Walsh, I need your legal expertise. I've obtained a copy of the manor's title deed. As shown, it was inherited by Larry Linton in 1998 when his father died. The local community was never offered the opportunity to purchase it. Is there anything we can do? This historic building rightfully belongs to the local community. Maxine Mahoney, mayor of Brandonsbury. Okay, well, that's just a little red herring here. The owner wants it back, but you don't stage these ghost sightings and events and murders to get it back, because we know that just makes the income go up. So if we now look at the cell phone maps and try to recreate what we think happened, we think Larry Linton goes home, $21.08, he's home. He's gone back down here and he's gone home. Then he turns off his phone, which is what he says, and he claims he's woken up. Sorry, he leaves here. He goes to eat at 9:30. At 21:01, before our couple leaves, they're still having dinner, he goes home. He claims he went to sleep and watched his favorite show, which starts at 9, and he fell asleep. Which starts at 9. He actually doesn't get home till 9:08, though. He claims he got home just in time to watch his favorite show, which starts at 9 p.m. But really, he doesn't get home until 9:08. That's already his first little lie. Then he turns off his phone while he's watching TV, which is a little odd. By the time it comes back on, he's home at 11:15. So he's had time to go do the murder, bring him into the hotel, and then come home. And then turn up his phone. So he certainly has time to do it all. And does it comport with all this, though? Does this make sense that Kevin actually came home when he said he saw and heard some really weird stuff? Cameron is doing the laundry. And look what Cameron says. My boss put a lot of pressure on me to do all this work, do all the laundry tonight. So the boss knows that this guy's going to be down in the basement doing laundry all night. So he knows that he can do it. And he's the one who sent him to the pub for the soup because he knows the woman poisons the soup. I'm not sure why she does, but she does. So he knows what's going to happen. And then Kevin says, someone locked me in my room, which is going to be the hotel manager. And he is locked in his room. He keeps saying, I can't get out. All right, so I think we know the answer to this case. The one thing I don't really understand is what's going on with the cook poisoning people. Like, why is she doing that? Let's go to the website and see horizon.com. Okay, so horizon.com. So this is the hotel password. If we click forgot password, what happens? My mom's first name, my Thursday habit that cost me far too much money, the year I went on my 3-month trip to China. This is going to be Larry Linton. How are we supposed to get this information about Larry Linton? At the Gothic Tales Hotel. Kind of weird, isn't it? Where was that? Inherited in 1998? Is Linton part of this family tree? Or is this Mahoney? Is this Mahoney? Gothic Tales. Gothic Tales is the hotel, right? Yeah, so this has got to be Linton. What? What am I missing about when we didn't get any of this information, did we? Larry Linton is the new owner of the hotel. And here's his statement. I got home to watch my favorite TV shows. I turned off my phone. Um, hmm. Is there something we're overlooking? There's some whole piece of evidence that I've somehow overlooked where it's got Larry Linton's hobbies and for more information from him. Is it on the history? The tourism site? Historic sites? My mom's first name. Yes, we know that. You think maybe we only have to provide one of these? Maybe we only have to provide one of these is the answer. And the mother's first name is Jane. Maybe it just wants one of these. Jane. No, we still need his Thursday habit that costs him far too much money. Is this on the pub's Thursday night special stuff? Where is that? Oh boy, kind of a mess here, huh? Where is our brochure for the pub? Thursday night is poker night. The year I went on my 3-month trip to China. I know, we're going to be able to find that here. It's this. There's his 3-month trip. No income. February, March, April 2012. Cute. Cute. All right. We got in, and now we're going to catch him. Let's see what he's got. So we can sort by year. Let's see what he bought. This is pretty cool. Look at all this stuff. All right, that's pretty cool. Look at all this stuff they had him buy. Wheelbarrow lubricant. Remember I said that sound we were hearing was the wheels that our videographer heard? Okay, well, here he is buying wheelbarrow lubricant 2 months ago. He's bought a book on the haunted hotels in April. Stag head wall decoration. That's probably nothing. How to make friends. Toilet paper, Halloween decorations. He's watching a movie on the pyramids. Garden spade, rubber wheelbarrow handles. How to get rich. Theremin. You're right and they're wrong poster. What's this? If you're right and they're wrong. More toilet paper, hard drive, tea, window cleaners. This is all back in 2010. Probably irrelevant for us. Video projector. Okay, but he's got a wheelbarrow and he's reading about ghosts. Pretty cool. And I guess you can filter by 2022 just to see the stuff he bought recently. All right. Pretty cool. I think we're ready to solve this case. I think we're ready to solve this case. So if it asks me why the cook is poisoning people, I'm not sure I can answer it. All right, well, it's time for us to take our little break. We'll be back in 8 minutes to solve this case and talk about the experience. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So I think we're ready to solve this. We do believe it is the owner. We believe he's staging this to get the revenue up in his hotel. I think there are a couple things that need to be clarified. First of all, I did get sort of obsessed with the idea that the cook is poisoning them, and I think that's wrong now. I don't think the cook is poisoning them at all. I don't think they got poisoned at the pub. I think they've just been made sick with the termite smell, which I want to point out is at the hotel, not at the pub. We're at the hotel. The owner is treating some old cart with anti-termite spray. I think it's just another hint about the wheelbarrow cart that is making the wheel sound that's on the website. And it's actually the termite spray that they got sick on. It just took a while. And I wonder if even there's termite spray on this list. I wonder. We thought it was lubricant for the wheelbarrow, but I wonder if it's not termite spray instead. Well, I don't see any here, but it could be old. Okay, so that's the first thing, and I think maybe the reason we suspected the videographer is because we thought he would want to get famous, but now I'm thinking that's just even more of a good timing for our hotel owner. He's like, okay, I've got this videographer here, and I'll put him in the room below the couple, and then when I kill the couple, he'll be there to film it and make it famous. So I think we are all ready. Now we are told what questions we're going to have to answer. We're going to get this right now, but what happened in 1946? Okay, that was the original satanic suicides. I think those were satanic suicides. They killed themselves because they believed that they had to. And then 76 is the fake incident of the photos. The deaths were, I wonder if the deaths weren't by the strychnine poisoning that the hotel owner did when they arrived. I wonder if it just caught up to them. Anti-termite spray. I wonder if he didn't poison them then. Right in the beginning, and then just follow them. Or he killed them in the moors. It's not that clear to me. So I don't think the old woman was poisoning anyone. If we look at our toxicology again now, maybe we can spot stuff. So if you look at what would be put in uses, let's look for, I guess we're looking for pesticides. So if it was arsenic, we've got congestion of the throat, vomiting, heartburn, diarrhea, dehydration, pulmonary edema, and kidney failure. That doesn't quite sound like what happened to our people. Moth repellent here. Abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, tetany. Doesn't sound quite right. Rat poison from strychnine. Agitation, hyperacuity, convulsions, anxiety, dark neck. That's the dark neck thing. But I think he dragged them with the rope, so I'm not sure we need this dark note thing. So yeah, I'm a little unsure about this. I mean, I think he told them it was termite spray. You can't click on these, can you? Get more information. Still surprised we're not seeing his pesticide stuff here. All right, I think we've got it, but does anyone have any theories about whether he poisoned them or not, and with what? It's possible that we're overlooking some mention of it somewhere. And then if we wanted to, you could listen to the wheelbarrow again, and now it'll make more sense that it's a wheelbarrow. So yeah, I think that's the wheelbarrow that they're hearing. Okay, in the chat, Nelson has given me one last cryptic message that I can't make sense of. There's an automatic the service. And Natsuko Sakura says, the projector and photography book could be for the fake ghosts he set up in the past. We've already concluded, and we're told we were correct, that the director purposely did that. So I think that's just a red herring. And we were right about that. So I don't think that's that. I think we're ready to answer, but let's see. Solve the case. Here we go. Let's see what it asks us. So, agent, you think you've solved the case. Check your answers to the first three questions. What happened? Do we click on these? What happened on the night? I see. Okay, so we're gonna guess our answers for these three, and then we select our answer for four. All right, so do you want to talk about this? Is there anything to talk about here? I'll go over my theories. You tell me in the chat if you agree or if you disagree in any way. It doesn't sound like we're going to be asked a question. It's just going to tell us. So what happened on the night of March 28th, 1946? That was the suicide attempt of the butler and his wife. The butler survived, and he wanted to go be with his wife. I think we understand that. They were convinced to believe in the devil by the lady of the house. What was her name? Cynthia, something like that. And they really did try to commit suicide. I think the lady of the house planned it, manipulated them, but they were true believers. Maybe she was too. They did try to kill themselves because of the tarot cards, and the woman did, and the butler eventually died. Okay, and then on the April 22nd, 1976, we think the movie maker Damien Hammer and his camera person worked together to fake this ghost sighting with postcards, and it did make them millions of dollars. Then this is the one that we're a little unsure about. I mean, we're sure who did it. We're sure that the Linton, the hotel guy, was responsible. But now what caused them? What caused them? I don't think the old woman is involved at all. So the question is, did he hit them over the head and kill them? No, they've got no signs. They've got no signs of external injury. So no one got hit on the head. And I think that means that he poisoned them with the termite spray or fake termite spray when they came to visit that smelled so bad. I just don't know if that means it was I don't know if it wants us to identify one of these items. I guess if you had to guess it was one of these, you'd guess it was arsenic. Arsenic, which is a pesticide prohibited since '85, causes heartburn, diarrhea, dehydration, pulmonary edema, kidney failure. Just don't know why it was taking so long to affect them. So I'm a little bit unsure about that, but I do think he poisoned them with that spray. They're eating slowly. They have the soup. I wonder if there's one last. Let me just read his last statement here. I signed them in. My shift is ending. They asked where to eat. I said the Black Lamb. We all go at the same time. I head home. Yeah, I don't know the details of how and what he poisoned them with. You don't think that it's going to be one of these items here? I know I've looked through this several times. Wheelbarrow, window cleaner, hygienic base. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Drain unblocker. February 2017, 5 years ago, doesn't seem right. Yeah, okay. I don't see how. I don't. There may be something we're missing about which chemical he used, but maybe we just don't worry about that. All right, let's answer our first ones. No one in the channel is saying alternative theories, so let's see. All right, I've recited them. Let's read the solutions. May and Charles, the couple from 1946, were spiritualists, part of a banned occult movement in the UK. They took part in regular seances, and the occult gradually tightened its grip upon them. It was Carrie Kristen, Lord Kristen's daughter, who introduced May to these activities. The two young women met in a psychiatric hospital several years before. They regularly spoke with a demon named Boone, using a Ouija board and tarot cards. Guided by a tarot reading, Carrie Kristen drove the couple to kill themselves to appease the demon's anger. The young couple hung themselves. May died. Charles survived. After the suicide attempt, Charles was admitted to the asylum and began to realize that their beliefs were founded on nothing. May left behind a letter which shows just how strong her beliefs were. She showed no hesitation or fear in the face of death. Okay, we got that all right. You think that could the mayor have poisoned the tea? Could the mayor have poisoned the tea? But in some way we don't know. Possibly, but we don't know. We don't know how. Okay, continuing on. What happened on 1976? This was the fake thing. On April 14, 1976, Damien Hammer, a movie producer on location for his new movie, stopped by to stay the night at the Gothic Tales Hotel. His career was at a low point given the viewing figures of his recent movies. He needed a box office success. When he went to the Village Pub for a drink that night, he heard we talked about that he was there a week earlier, and he went to the pub where everyone talks about their tales. So that's where he hears it. When he got back to the hotel, he had a genius idea. He started by complaining about noises from the neighboring room. He was the only member. Damien came back down and complained 2 more times. He even claimed to have heard a voice. The next day, the receptionist concluded that a window must not have been fully closed on that floor and reminded his guests that old houses sometimes make strange noises. When the cleaner arrived, the receptionist told her the strange story. She was very firm. All the windows had been properly closed. The building didn't make strange noises. The cleaner knew the hotel very well because she was none other than Catherine Stirwell herself. Intrigued by the receptionist's story, Catherine asked which room the noises were coming from. From room 7, he told her. Room 7, that was the room Charles and May Weather hung themselves 30 years earlier. The receptionist added, the guest claims he's heard voices saying the name May. Catherine felt a shiver run down her spine. She ran upstairs, inspected the room, and asked the receptionist not to assign the room to any guests. She refused to tell him why. It didn't take long for the rumor to spread around the village. Everyone had their own version of the story. One thing was clear, something evil haunted the manor. Damien's plan worked perfectly. He returned with the whole film crew a week later on April 22nd. He took Basil Hills, the head cameraman, into his confidence. He secretly asked him to create some fake pictures of the ghosts in room 7. Basil did as he asked and crudely edited some pictures of the room overlaid with postcard images from the time, making it appear as if the ghosts of Charles and May Weathers were in the room. The fakery worked, raised the movie's profile, which became Damien Hammer's studio's biggest hit. But Damien could never have foreseen what the future held. Over the years, the legend continued to grow. Many ghost hunters and paranormal enthusiasts came to Brandonsbury hoping to see the ghost for themselves. All right, we got all this right so far. Now, here's the one where we're not 100% sure. I think the mayor poisoned them when they smelled the insecticide termite thing, but I'm unsure which poison. They were killed after being poisoned with strychnine, a rat poison that causes respiratory arrest in humans and leaves blue marks on the neck. Okay, so I thought that was going to be a red herring with the blue marks, but someone in the chat, I forget who, did point out the dark neck stuff. I still don't know how he poisoned them, when he poisoned them, that they went and had a long meal before they started showing symptoms. But okay, we got this basically right. We just weren't 100% sure on whether it was arsenic or strychnine. All right, so here we go. Here's our solution. Who's responsible? Now, this is weird, right? Because look, question 3. Okay, right. So question 3 doesn't say who did it. Just says it was strychnine. Okay. So now who's responsible? So I can see how you might think it was the cook because they might have gotten sick with the tea, but that's a red herring. I think our answer is Larry Linton. All right, here we go. Does anyone disagree that Larry Linton, the hotel owner, is our killer? Now, if you are watching this video, you still have a chance to speak up before you continue to the end. Everyone should get on the record. Is Natsu and Nelson on the record for agreeing that it's Larry Linton? Now is your chance to speak up or forever hold your peace. All right, Natsu agrees it's Larry. What about Nelson? Okay, I'm convinced I was the killer. Okay, everyone's in agreement. Here we go. See the solution. Yes, Larry Linton killed Lydia and Robin Reed. Congratulations, you've solved the case. Click below to see the full solution. Yes, we're ready. Oh boy, look, long solution. All right, I'll try to read it quickly. Years after the events of 1946, the Kristen family is hit by another tragedy. Their daughter Carrie died in mysterious circumstances. She had secretly had a child with her cousin James Mahoney. We figured that out. He refused to acknowledge the child, only doing so a few years after Carrie's death. The little boy was none other than Maxime Mahoney, the future mayor. We figured this all out. Kristen's abandoned the building. House remained empty till Branwell Linton bought in 1974, renovated into the hotel. Larry inherited it. Living alone in the hotel, Larry Linton was inspired by Damien Hammer's 1976 media coup and cooked up a scheme to get people talking about his hotel. He created mechanisms to make noises in the middle of the night, placed speakers in various places, and projected ghostly figures onto walls to make it seem like the hotel was haunted. So you guys picked it up that he was doing that. It's just that you made a little mistake thinking it was about the 1976 event, but now we're being told that he was doing this regularly. He was causing the people to hear things. His tricks worked, although this resulted in a surge in bookings. It didn't last long. Only a handful of people believed his stories. In 2022, hotel finances were in dire straits. That's not even counting the pressure that the mayor, Maxime Mahoney, put on Larry, pushing him to hand over the hotel to him. Given his tragic childhood, it's easy to understand why Maxime was so drawn to the home that had belonged to his ancestors. Larry decided to try a new scheme to turn the hotel's fortunes around. This time, he'd have to go big if he wanted to revive the ghosts of Brandonsbury. In the hotel, he found a very old bottle of strychnine-based rat poison. And we could have found that in the shop receipt in the 1976. So we should have noticed this. And we did notice it at the time. But I guess I was hoping it would. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. So he found the strychnine imperishable liquid. He had a plan. He'd use the poison to murder guests, stage a scene that everyone would remember. He waited for the right moment to strike. At last, the time came. On December 14, 2022, a famous videographer specializing in ghost stories booked a room. What a way to make a buzz. Remember, this is what I said. He took advantage of this ghost hunter in the hotel. The hotel had only one other reservation that night, a couple of tourists looking for a thrill. Cameron, the night receptionist, was also in the hotel. To avoid giving the game away, Larry sent Cameron to work in the basement, far from the crime scene. We figured that out. After recommending the couple have a meal at the Black Lamb, Larry followed them, ate the dinner in the same pub. An altercation with Maxime Mahoney, the village mayor, stopped him from doing anything. He had to find another opportunity to pour the poison into their meals. He left at 8:45. Waited in front of the kitchen door. At 8:57, Catherine finished her shift, returned home. Larry seized the chance to sneak into the kitchen, saw a tray of steaming tea. Ticket on the tray showed that it was for the tourist couple. He poured the poison into the tea, quickly left the pub. He soon realized that in his haste, he'd poured the whole bottle into the tea and worried about the consequences. At 9:08, he made a detour to his own home. Knowing that his phone could be traced, he left it inside, hurried to follow the couple who were crossing the moor on their way back to the hotel. Shortly after 9:30, what he feared soon happened. Both Lydia and Robin collapsed in the middle of the moor. Larry ran to the hotel, grabbed the old wood cart, visible in the photo in the 22 edition. We could have seen the cart. I mean, we figured it all out, so it's not important, but I am curious that you could see the cart. Hey, look how clearly you can see it. Okay, shame on us for not rechecking that. All right, because we did figure out it was a cart and everything, so it's kind of sad that we didn't see the photo of it. Okay, so they pass out in the moor. He gets the wooden cart. 9:32, he destroyed their cell phones, loaded their bodies into the cart. Unbeknownst to him, he was spotted by Kevin Freeman, who had no idea what was happening. Larry arrived in front of the hotel, checked that Cameron wasn't at the reception desk, entered the building through the main door. Cameron was still in the laundry. Larry was sure Kevin was in his room. It was the perfect time to carry out his plan. He dragged the bodies up the main staircase, laid them on the bed. Before he had time to finish setting up the scene, Kevin entered the hotel and heard suspicious noises. Larry quickly finished his work, fled back to his own home. Meanwhile, Cameron and Kevin discovered the bodies. Cameron tried to call Larry without success. He states he tried calling him on his home number, undermining Larry's excuse that his cell phone had been silent. We missed that. When he got home, Larry took stock of the situation. He realized there was no going back. He sat on his couch with a glass of cognac, which he only brought out for special occasions. He could already hear the police sirens in the distance. Sipping from his glass, he recalled the night's events. He was sure no one had seen him. There were no witnesses. He knew his DNA would be all over the crime scene, but he reassured himself that it was quite normal that his DNA would be found in his own hotel. He convinced himself no one would accuse him. He had always been a good person. They have nothing on me, nothing, he repeated to himself over and over again. At 11:15 p.m., after spending long minutes considering the situation, he pulled himself together, took out his cell phone. Cameron, sorry I missed your calls. I was asleep. What's wrong? What? That's terrible. I'm on my way. All right, there you have it. The Ghosts of Brandonsbury. We played for about 5 hours. We got it right. We missed a couple small details. In the game, the poisoning was done all off camera. We didn't really have any direct hints to that, but maybe we should have. We did remark that if he poisoned them when they got to the hotel, why did it take so long to trigger. Perhaps we should have, it would have been cleaner to suggest that he somehow managed to poison the tea. But at least we weren't thrown off into thinking that the cook poisoned the tea. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a 3-minute break, a very short break. And then those of you who have joined me for this playthrough, I'd like to hear your thoughts. I'll give you my thoughts in 3 minutes. Okay, we're back. YouTube says 14 concurrent viewers and 12 likes. Nelson and Natsuko Sakura are still in the chat giving their thoughts on the game. Let's check in and see what they thought. Nelson says that was cool. Atsu says it was a good mystery. Plenty of red herrings, plenty of so obvious you miss it. I do agree we could have received some more clues on the poisoning, some early frustration with the Ouija board. Overall, I found the story captivating and the investigation fun. I wish my computer and phone would have loaded the demon list page. Both were completely empty, no letters. So I'm guessing because I didn't use the QR code to access the site, maybe. I don't know. At some point, we thought the hotel was really haunted. Okay. Look at this photo of this couple that committed suicide. I thought it was very good. I think we did have an early struggle with the Ouija board. I think that could have been made better with the tiniest of fixes. But in retrospect, that was the only real issue we had. Everything else went very smoothly and the website worked well. And that was the cool idea of a puzzle. So I think we're going to cut it some slack. We're going to forget about our complaints about that. I think the best part of this was the story, the structuring of the story, that we had this. I'm a big fan of the supernatural element being in the back of your mind, never sure whether it's real or not. And halfway through, I was convinced, okay, this is a supernatural story of demons and stuff. And I really love that the game pulled the rug out from under us, pulled a little switcheroo on us, so that we had, I mean, it was lovely to have these events. We had a 1946 event, a 1976 event, and a 2022 event. And we had a very dark set of suicides of demon worship in 46. And then 76 looked like it was another ghost sighting, and there's lots of history of it here. And then 22 was this double murder suicide. And it was lovely. It was a very clever little structural thing where the 1946 really is people who believe in the devil and demons, whereas 1976 was people trying to take advantage of that for financial gain. And then the 2022, all these different red herrings about people in the family tree. But then in the end, we found the secret room by comparing the floor plans. And then it was very clear that the guy was doing this for his own financial benefit. But some of the things were pretty cool. Like, we got to a couple places where, like, how are we going to figure this out? Like, it wanted the password, his mother's name, and when he went, what year he went to China. And that was a very clever use of that multiple use of that document that had his financial history. That little chart that, once we knew how to interpret, gave so much away. That was a very clever thing. This little thing where we remembered to check the history on the blog site about when the events were spotted, when ghosts were spotted, and you could see his income kept going up. And then we're like, okay, now he knows what makes his income go up. And then this little circle here was when he was in China, and we used that password. Very clever, subtle stuff. Very well done. And similar thing with the movie producers. He's in the newspaper. He's saying, like, this is not going to help me. This is going to hurt me. And he says, I just got here. I didn't have any time. And then we caught him lying. And then we caught him lying about whether it helped him. The publicity helped him. So really very good. As far as a structural story, really could not have been any more engaging. That's a good recipe. Multiple deaths over time. That's a real true cold case. And boy, that's a recipe for an enjoyable case. But the newspapers were fun. They weren't overly long. Real attention was put into the epilogues and the explanations. Yeah, you can make the claim that we should have been given more hints about the poison, but I think the way it's all structured, you do have to sort of guess about pieces of it, and there were pieces of it that we didn't quite perfectly get, but I think in all very satisfying. There are a couple weird things in the way they designed this game. This unlocking envelopes, like one of the envelopes got unlocked by the name of the police officer to talk to. And it's just on, like, the intro letter says, I called Detective Lynch. Just a weird thing. It's not normal. Normally these mystery games have locked envelopes that break up the acts, and you have to solve an important thing before you get the envelope. Like, okay, figure out what happened in 46, and then you get this envelope. Figure out what happened in 76, then you get this envelope. it's weird that in this game, it's just sort of an illusion. It's just structured so that it asks you certain information when it's ready for you to proceed, and you could get that information anywhere. So a little weird, but a very clever case. And there are a couple of things here that I didn't get that the chat got, which was pretty cool. Like this was a cool one. Not only did I miss that these were from the postcards, but even when we had figured out that it was the postcards, I was so locked in on the supernatural theory that I didn't even make the connection. And this was the turning point. When the connection was made, it's not just that these are the people from the photos. These aren't ghosts from the photos. These are how this film was made, by projecting through the postcards. And that was a very cool aha moment. The officer was also mentioned in the autopsy. Was he? I mean, I checked. I looked in the autopsy for the name of the detective, and I did not see it. So I must have just overlooked it. But you are right. Death confirmed by Officer Winch. You are absolutely right. Well, pretty cool. Pretty good case. I'm impressed. This is the second case we've played from this series, and both were very good, had some very subtle, clever stuff. This is a good series. This is absolutely a good series, and one that makes good use of the website. Aside from that weird Ouija board thing, the website is painless. It doesn't require you to go hunting all over the real internet for stuff. I think we got a good series here, Profiler series. I hope they bring the rest of their cases into English. And Nelson played one of the other ones that isn't yet translated into English and said it was good. All right, well, thank you for joining me, Nelson and Natsuko Sakura. It was a pleasure to have you join me here, and I needed the help this time for sure. I'll see some of you tomorrow for another case. I hope I can get a little bit of sleep before then. That may be tricky. I'll see you next time.